Hello, everyone, and welcome to the UnHerd election night or election morning coverage. If you've been staying up late in Europe, watching to see what happens in the presidential election over in the US, welcome to you. We hope you're still with us. It's pretty much 4 a.m. here in London. We are joined over in Washington, D.C. by none other than our D.C. correspondent, Emily Jashinsky, host of the hit YouTube show Undercurrents. Hi, Emily.
Hi, Freddie. How are you?
It's been a bit of an early start, and it looks like it's going to be a very consequential morning. Before we get straight into the meat of it, because let's face it, we have some quite serious indications already, let's bring in the other people we're going to be talking to during the course of the morning. Over in New York, we have James Billow. Good morning, James.
Good morning, good evening, wherever you are.
So, James, I hasten to add, I want to just make this clear to our American viewers, may have a British accent, but is actually an American citizen and American resident. So let's not think this is too much for a British overload. Joining me in the studio, however, here in London is none other than Florence Reed. Hello, Flo.
Hi, Freddie.
So the way we're going to kind of divide roles during this evening or this morning is Emily is sitting on top of most of the information. She is our source of wisdom for a lot of the coverage we're going to be bringing with you. She has been following things throughout the evening, so we're going to start by getting an update from her. If at any point we start just chatting away or getting into big topics and we are missing any breaking news, any big states that are being called, James will be watching out. So if you're watching CNN, if you're watching MSNBC, if you're watching Fox News, or if you're sitting there on Twitter, we are watching all of those. So hopefully here we can bring you the breaking news and the insights. So James is going to be our breaking news junkie. And then Flo is also going to be watching for those things on the periphery. Because quite often if you're just watching the data coming in, the state-by-state results, you're missing some of the key interesting side stories, the unheard stories. So Flo is going to be watching out for those. Emily, can I start with you? I mean, it was possible when we talked about the timing of this broadcast, and we had quite a few conversations about when we should start. It was possible that by this stage, no results would be indicated. In fact, it was quite likely, looking at previous elections, that we might still really be in a toss-up situation and not know. The reality, if we are going to speak truth, which is what we want to do, and we don't have to observe the same niceties as the big networks. We're not MSNBC, we're not the BBC. We don't have to caveat what we say. The reality is that here at this point in the morning, things are looking very, very good for Donald J. Trump being re-elected as president.
And my sources, many of whom are down in Palm Beach, expecting what they believe will be a victory speech in a matter of hours. And we'll be, of course, here to cover that as it happens, if it does indeed happen. Trump world right now is exuberant. And, you know, one thing I've been thinking about is if Kamala Harris, right now, the New York Times' upshot needle, which, by the way, there's a strike among the people who work the needle. So it's a scab needle at the moment, but it does have a really significant lead for Donald Trump. It's actually, as we speak, their needle is at 88% chance of victory. Now, many people remember that from 2016 going in the opposite direction. And what would have to happen there, we could put the map up on the screen, in fact, what would have to happen there is a Kamala Harris sweep of the blue wall. That is not out of reach for her. It's simply not looking good. So if you go into, and you can see it, in fact, actually on that map already, why it's not looking good. But if you go into here and say we give Pennsylvania, say Pennsylvania goes for Kamala Harris, she gets another 19 electoral college votes if that were to be the case. Now, if you zoom out and you give her Wisconsin and Michigan, that puts her at 270. So she just has to do really, really well in the blue wall states. And that's the rest of the night for Kamala Harris. So that's the map for her.
Because this is the $1 million point, which everyone watching at home needs to understand. There were different possible stories this evening. There were different pathways. There's been millions of words written about these 7 key swing states that are roughly grouped in the so-called blue wall. If we can zoom out there and look at the whole country again, the blue wall are those northern swing states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania is right there in the Midwest, right next door. All three of those at this point need to go to Kamala Harris if she is going to be elected. There we are. We see in those three yellow states right up there at the top. Georgia, it has gone decisively to Trump, it is fair to say. We were looking at those results as they've been coming in over the last few hours, and more than expected, more than the polls indicated, Georgia has gone to Trump. North Carolina also has been confidently called for Donald Trump. In terms of the Electoral College then, if you're watching this and thinking, is there still a chance that Harris is elected president? The answer technically must be yes.
Yeah.
Because it is completely possible, in theory, that those very close races in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania end up going to Harris. All three of them would need to go into her column in order to win, I suppose, unless she were to pick up those western states of Nevada and Arizona, in which case she could potentially lose Wisconsin. But basically, she needs to sweep the blue wall.
Yeah.
That is not looking very likely. And why do we say that, Emily?
So yes, it is not looking very likely. There are some positive indications for her. One of them would be if we look at Waukesha County, Wisconsin. That's actually where I'm from. So I like to zoom in on it. It's always kind of fun to look at that, but it's considered one of the wow counties, one of the swingiest counties in the entire country. And right now, with a significant portion of the votes counted, Harris is actually doing better than Dems are +2 in that county. And the reason that county was supposed to be important is that if you get depressed support for Trump there, then you end up here. I can actually share this window if the producers could put this up on the screen. So about 90% of the votes are counted there, and it's Dems have done 2 points better. But the question then is going to be, is that enough? So let's go over here then to Chester County, Pennsylvania, where you have, this is a collar county outside of Philadelphia. So we were just in the Milwaukee suburbs. Now we're going to go to the Philadelphia suburbs. Looks like perhaps a Democratic overperformance, but only 47.5% of the votes are in. We zip back over to Wisconsin. Milwaukee County only has half the votes in. Racine County has not enough for them to even report yet. Dane County, Wisconsin, that's a pretty,
sorry to interrupt,
Yeah,
Emily. Could I just ask, so Waukesha County, the county that you're from and know well, what is the result now looking like in terms of numbers? Because what I've got here is an earlier projection in which Wisconsin still goes to Harris, but Waukesha is 57% Trump, 40% Harris. What are the actual results looking like in comparison to that?
Yeah, so the target for Republicans in Waukesha County was 60%, and right now they're at 59%. It was at that 60% level because they felt that that was the right benchmark to suggest that Republicans statewide will vote for Donald Trump in higher numbers. Now, if we go over to Ozaukee County, that's at 59% counted, and Republicans are actually doing better there as opposed to over in Waukesha County. These counties are so similar that they're always grouped into the same category, and they usually vote the same. And right now, we have a few points separating both of them, but one is in the Dem direction and one is in the R direction. So if you're Kamala Harris's campaign and you're looking at this, you're thinking what could happen is a scenario where these blue wall states are, 11,000 votes separated Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump in Michigan in 2016. Now, I'm skeptical about the Harris campaign's ability to win Michigan because of these counties outside Detroit where there's a heavy Muslim American population. But if you're looking at 2016 as your guidepost and saying it was 11,000 votes, then you tip the scale. Let's say it's 11,000 votes in all three of these blue wall states. That's what they're hoping for right now.
Emily, I believe we have Michael Lind joining us in a moment. Just before we go to him, just to stay on this map for 1 second, it's quite a remarkable image that you've got up there. Let's just dwell on it for a second, because that is showing the distance between the 2020 result and the 2024 result. Is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly what this is.
Right, so you're going to get a rightward arrow, literally rightward and red, if it becomes more Republican, and it's blue and leftward if it's more Democrat. We seem to be back on Twitter there, but the image zooming out is a very strong red wave.
Yeah. Yep. It is.
We can call it that.
Yeah, it is, and I that should be back up on the screen right now. You see a lot of what you're tracking is the arrows are showing darker red if that's pretty significant move towards Republicans, and you don't see a lot of movement towards Democrats. And those suburban counties, we're still waiting for them in the blue wall. That is what Kamala Harris wants to start seeing, is a bunch of blue arrows, but they're not going to be as many. So this was always going to be the case. Republicans were always going to say, we are going to have a bunch of red arrows because there are just more counties, but there aren't more people in those counties. They're rural counties, they're exurban counties. They just don't have as many people, but there are more of those counties. So you would always expect to see fewer blue arrows, but we're not really seeing many of them right now, period.
Let's see if we have Michael Lind on the line. Are we ready to bring him in? Oh, not yet. Okay, well, we are about to be joined by Michael Lind, a great thinker, someone who's been contributing to UnHerd for the last few years, someone who was formerly of the left and now, well, we'll ask him where he sees himself. But let's bring in James very quickly. James, what have you been noticing?
Well, Emily, I actually had a question for you because we had a suite of CNN exit polls that came out quite recently, and I just wanted to get a bit more detail on the demographic breakdown in some of those swing states, because there's some pretty extraordinary stuff that just come out. So I just want to zero in on the Latino vote here, because according to the CNN swing poll, there was a 58% turnout or 58% support among Latinos for Kamala Harris compared to 41% for Donald Trump. Now, Biden had that by a 42-point swing. And now I just want to jump over to Michigan now. Trump up 60% versus Harris's 35%. And Biden had won that by 11 percentage points in the last election. So I just want to understand, what is going on here? What's driving these shifts?
Yeah, this is if we put the map back up on the screen, you can see what happened in Miami-Dade County. This is a red sweep of the state of Florida, which some observers who have been following Florida politics forever say if you had told them 20 years ago this is what they would be observing as a pattern for Republicans in the state of Florida, they wouldn't have believed it. They couldn't imagine what was happening. But according to exit polls, which you kind of have to take with a grain of salt this time because of all the mail-in voting, we're doing exit polls differently than we have before. But look at Miami-Dade. That is a shift almost 20 points in the direction of Republicans. Now, some people would say this is COVID migration. So post 2020, when we had the last presidential election, a lot of conservatives, a lot of very high profile conservatives, of course, flocked to the state of Florida. We can all name some of them. We know them. It became a little bit of a hub. But that's not enough, to tip the scales electorally. A lot of, normal people said, we like what's going on in Florida. We like the way that they're running the state. We want low taxes. We want less regulation. We're going to go to Florida, better schools, better communities. And they appear to be turning out in higher numbers for Trump, but also turning out in higher numbers in the Latino community, according to exit polls. And the only other thing I would add to this, James, this is a new kind of Republican voter, one of the most fascinating storylines to come out of this evening, because Florida had an abortion referendum on the ballot. And that was 57% basically voting in favor, voting for the pro-choice side. It failed because it needed to hit a 60% threshold, but 57% of Florida voters. So think of how many people are splitting their tickets between the Republican candidates, between Donald Trump and support for abortion. That is a new kind of Republican voter. The
split ticket phenomenon that's just not happening in Florida. It happened in North Carolina as well with the deposition of Mark Robinson, and it seems like Trump has soared away there. So again, there seems to be a theme running across the whole East Coast.
Could I just come in there on this point you make about Miami-Dade, Emily? Because you talked about the shift since 2020. And that has obviously been remarkable. We need to really open the window a little bit further and remember 2016. Because we were there, we were watching, and that moment when Florida went Trump in 2016 really was It was the end of Hillary Clinton's hopes. It was the moment where the atmosphere changed permanently at that moment around 9 p.m. Eastern in November 2016. And the hope was all about Miami-Dade County. I remember it very vividly. The whole world was looking at Miami-Dade and waiting to see whether that metropolitan area was going to counterbalance what appeared to be a kind of Trump wave. It didn't happen sufficiently, and yet I've got the numbers here. In 2016, 63% of Miami-Dade went Hillary Clinton, 34% went Donald Trump. 2-1, it was a Democratic city. 2020, as you say, it was just about still a Democratic city. 53% Biden, 46% Trump. Now, 2024, 55% Trump, 43% Harris. Within 2 cycles, within 8 years, that enormously populous city has, it's hard to think of another example as dramatic as that, where something as 2-1 Democrat has now become a strong Republican city.
And, you know, we've seen it happen in some rural areas that have fewer people. So it's happened with small groups of people on a fairly big scale. But again, in rural areas, there's just not this concentration of people that there is in Miami-Dade and in the state of Florida. It's a pretty concentrated state. It's a big state, which is why it was always so important. So, I mean, it's just remarkable when you think about Governor Ron DeSantis. He won the governorship by it was less than a percentage point back in 2018, defeated a star Democratic candidate, Andrew Gillum, who had a lot of support in the state. So to think about that being 2018, and he won by the skin of his teeth. And now Florida is this, as all the Trump people were watching Florida coming in, that was part of their exuberance because they felt like that's what they started seeing in 2016. And this now is solidifying all of the trends. It's almost poetic, right? Like Florida and the night in 2016, as you were saying, Freddie, that was sort of cueing all of us up to what was happening. And now they're feeling like these trends have been extended and built upon, and they had a foundation in 2016 that is now, if we continue with the building metaphor, continuing to come up from the ground.
Let's zoom out once again before we bring on our first guest and just look at the big picture, because the hope for Democrats this evening has been, or for the last few months as the campaign has progressed, that the polls that had been close might, in fact, have an error favoring Kamala Harris. And myself, as a recovering pollster, someone who in an earlier life spent a lot of time looking at opinion polls, I've got to tell you, I was not certain that it would be a Trump victory. I didn't think with any confidence it would be Harris either. But I know that when it comes to opinion polls, and this may not be a popular thing to say, when it comes to opinion polls, those companies that are doing them really want to get them right. It's very easy to have some kind of sense that it's all a stitch-up, it's a narrative that is being pushed with some kind of political motivation. The reality is, most market research opinion poll companies' whole business depends on getting things right, so they really want to get it right. What often happens is that they overcorrect for the last error. And I've seen that year after year, that if things flip, it's an error in the Democratic direction, error in the Republican direction. And so there was a general sense among a lot of the commentariat that probably Trump is being underestimated in the opinion polls. And I've been skeptical about that because I thought it was equally likely that the polling companies were so anxious to avoid underestimating Trump that they compensated in the other way. What we have seen so far tonight is that the expected narrative was right, that Trump has been underestimated. In almost every opinion poll that I've been looking at, compared to the results as they come in, the opinion poll was underweight Democrat. So we've seen that, Georgia was supposed to be a Trump victory. That is not a surprise. It was a marginal, but the margin is bigger than predicted. So the final opinion polls were looking at 2 or 3%, and it may be more like 4 or 5. That same trend is happening.
Can I just jump in very quickly?
Yeah, please do. Please do, James.
Sorry, Emily, I just wanted to, there's just an array of good news among this sort of deluge of pro-Trump stuff. I think what we're seeing is the one thing we're seeing in Pennsylvania is a huge turnout that's being covered by CNN and Fox, and a huge turnout in that deep metropolitan area in that Philadelphia county. Do you think that will be enough to counteract what's going on in the suburbs, the exurbs, and the rural areas of Pennsylvania?
Well, so that is what contributed to the red mirage, so-called red mirage in 2020. Is we talked just a few minutes ago about how there weren't many votes coming in from Milwaukee County and Racine County in Wisconsin, and so if you, it's possible you get a red mirage scenario where a bunch of votes suddenly come in. Not impossible. Probably unlikely, but well, let's just say it would have to show Harris doing really strong with men. It would have to show turnout, like you were saying, CNN is covering, being really, really high. So again, not impossible, and that would prove the polls right. Pennsylvania ended with Trump up like barely in the RCP average. Wisconsin had Harris up barely, and in Wisconsin and Michigan. So maybe those polls are close. But I do agree that I think there's some serious hope for Kamala Harris when those ballots start coming in bigger numbers.
And that's what Trump insiders were initially claiming. They thought the early voting and the deep, heavy city voting in parts of Georgia, places like Atlanta, they denied the fact that they would completely counteract what was going on in the suburbs and exurbs and all this sort of rural explosion for GOP support. And I just wonder if we're going to be seeing something similar happen in Pennsylvania. Obviously, barely even 50% of votes being counted. There's a long way to go, but it doesn't seem as though that is going to be able to pull it off. But I leave that to your judgment.
Well, let's bring in Michael Lind, the great Michael Lind, one of the most important thinkers in all of politics right now. Michael, first of all, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Now, what are you seeing? Obviously, so you're in Texas, Michael. That race has already been called for Ted Cruz. There was a huge hubbub about whether Colin Allred would be able to take Texas, just sort of similar to the Beto narrative that we saw not too long ago. But in general, right now, it looks like it's shaping up to be a good night, not just for Ted Cruz, but Trump and Republicans more broadly. Do you agree with that? Do you think Republicans should be more cautious? What are you seeing in the numbers right now?
Well, I think the most fascinating numbers involve the so-called blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, which started out early, leaning towards Harris, but in the last half hour or so, Trump has taken a lead of a couple of points in all three. Now, that may disappear as more Democratic votes are counted in the future, but that's really the opposite of the red mirage, that's something that we should keep our eye on, because we'll now have 3 elections in a row in which these 3 states, assuming they vote in unison, and they've voted in unison in every presidential election since 1992, and they voted Democratic, except in 2016. Biden won them, all 3 of them back. If Trump loses them again, or loses, 1 or 2 of them, then you can argue that 2016 was a fluke. His victory in these Great Lakes states was a fluke. If he wins 1 or 2 or all 3 of them again, as in 2016, then 2020 looks like a fluke. So each new election makes you reconsider the historical significance of previous elections by changing the narrative.
That's super interesting. And actually, one of the possibilities that we floated here, and you've heard it crop up a little bit over the last couple of weeks, but Michael, because you've specifically done so much work on the working class realignment, is this idea that Donald Trump could win the popular vote potentially. One of those reasons, or one of the reasons behind that, could be he's doing really well, or doing better than we've seen, according to exit polls, among Latino men, particularly. And Florida obviously showed a lot of signs of that in their results as we've seen them come in. So, Michael, as you're watching this, do you attribute that to Donald Trump's appeal with non-college educated, largely working class Hispanics? What are you seeing in these numbers?
I think this is larger than Trump. I think if the nominee had been DeSantis or Cruz or somebody, maybe not Nikki Haley, you would see something similar. This is a process of what has been called racial depolarization and educational or class polarization. In other words, in predicting the votes of people, their race is becoming less significant. And the big growing divide is between high school educated voters who are, education's a good proxy for social class, and college educated professionals and managers. And that divide is growing, and it has been growing, ironically, every electoral cycle, including the midterms since 2016, including when Donald Trump was not on the ballot. There's been a slight but significant movement of African Americans and Hispanics, particularly men, toward the Republican Party, even when Trump is not on the ballot. So I think it fits the long-term party realignment scenario, and Trump may be the beneficiary as much as the cause.
And how do you think, we really don't have numbers from the Western Sunbelt states, so particularly Arizona and Nevada. Do you have any expectations for how what we've seen so far in Georgia and North Carolina, maybe Florida to some extent, but mostly Georgia and North Carolina, and some early returns from the blue wall states that help us kind of see the trend lines? Do you have any sort of inclination towards how those might bear on what we end up seeing from Arizona and Nevada, Michael, as we wait for those big states to come in?
Well, I don't have any particular insight into it. New Mexico, last time I checked, was trending towards Harris, and Arizona slightly towards Trump. But just looking at the map before I came on, if things keep going this way, the Democrats are going to be stuck with a handful of states in which most rich people live, and also states in which they vacation or have second homes, like Colorado and New Mexico and New Hampshire and Vermont. So this is an election about class, I think, as much as anything else, and it's historically really novel in the United States. Up until the 1990s, the 2000s, the North-South division was the most important one. As a Texan told me in the 1970s, I asked him why, if he was so conservative, he voted for the Democrats. He said, "We vote the way we shot in the Civil War," right? This has now been replaced thoroughly by a new pattern of the Democrats having big cities and college towns, and then the Republicans having all the space in between.
Michael, could I just come in for a moment? First of all, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. I think we should just sort of speak as we see it now. And it's quite hard to deny what is happening, which is this is a very good result, apparently, for Donald J. Trump. It is, of course, still theoretically possible that Harris wins all three blue wall states and holds on, but it is looking very unlikely at this point. I mean, the New York Times, not known for its bias in the direction of Donald Trump, currently calls it at an 89% likelihood of a Trump victory. The betting markets, for what it's worth, they're just punters like you and me, but the betting markets are pretty much paying out. I mean, we're talking 94% chance of a Trump victory. And it almost seems like we need to be talking about electoral college landslide territory, almost. I mean, I use that word with caution, but it looks like he may well win all three. If the New York Times indication is right, he may well win all three of those blue wall states, turning the blue wall into a red wall. As for what happens in Nevada and Arizona, we don't know. I guess my question to you is, what does politics look like tomorrow or later today if all of that falls in favor of Donald Trump and he has the House, the Senate, the presidency, and a very strong victory? I mean, where do we find ourselves?
Well, as Hegel would say, Trump is a world historical figure, by which Hegel meant, 19th century German philosopher, someone who may not be a great person, individually, but has enormous consequences in history. And after 2016, after he became president the first time, I joked that his historic role had been to destroy three dynasties in American politics: the Bushes, the Clintons, and the Crystal dynasty of Bill Kristol and his father Irving, among his four.
I was wondering what the third one was going to be.
And I thought that's quite enough of a historical legacy for one person. But if he wins tonight, well, in fact, you could argue, as Matthew Schmitz argued in the New York Times the other day, that he's already won the policy debate. Because Biden in his first term, after running against Trump's tariffs, adopted them and kept most of them and extended them in some cases. And he broke with Trump on immigration, but at least rhetorically, Harris has been running towards the center.
And what do you
control?
So that would be policy-wise. What do you think in terms of the way a President Trump too would behave, buoyed by such a substantial victory? Do you have any sense of which version of the many different versions of Trump we've seen over the years might come to the fore if he feels that he's won bigly? What do you think that might do to the kind of politics we'd be seeing in coming, months and years?
Well, I think the nature of the U.S. political system with the two terms, they can be non-consecutive terms, but you're limited to two terms. Since the Constitution was amended after Roosevelt's 4 terms, it means that, sadly for Donald Trump, the moment he is inaugurated, he will be a lame duck, as we say. That is, he will never be able to run again for office. He will never be able to bring other politicians in on his coattails. Now, he can be an elder statesman and help or hurt individual politicians, but I think that much of his power within the Republican Party dissipates pretty quickly because the moment he is sworn in, if he is indeed the next president, all of the conversation will be about 2028, right? And who's lined up to succeed him, and there will be jockeying for power. So he won't be without influence. I think in dealing with Congress, he will have more influence than he had in his first term, assuming he's elected, because he was really treated as a fluke by Republicans in Congress the first time.
Do you think it makes him bolder? The flip side of that, of course, in one sense, yeah, he's technically a lame duck from day one. The other side of that is he's at liberty. This is Trump unchained because he has nothing to lose. There is no re-election to worry about.
Freddie, can I just jump in there for a
Yeah,
question
come
for
in,
Michael?
James.
Michael, we've just had an alert that Marino has won the Ohio senatorship. What do you make of that?
I haven't followed it, so tell me.
Sherrod Brown has just been defeated, the Democratic incumbent. I don't know if you've been following that at all.
I've known and admired Sherrod for a long time, but he was the lone holdout as a statewide Democrat, and so clearly Ohio is going to become a base Republican state.
And am I right in thinking Sherrod Brown was with a more populist left-wing flavor, or was he more a conventional Democrat?
Oh, no, he was. See, this is the weird thing about what's going on in American politics. The parties have kept their names, but they have exchanged their constituencies and they've exchanged their policies. So Trump's policies on immigration and trade are actually those of a centrist populist Democrat like Dick Gephardt, or even Sherrod Brown in the 1980s and the 1990s. What has happened is the old core constituencies of the Democratic Party, the white working class and rural people, are now Republicans. There's been this influx of former elite college-educated Republicans, the country club Republicans, the liberal Republicans, the limousine liberals. And as they have flown in the opposite direction into the Democratic Party, they have brought what in the 1970s were the signature issues of liberal Republicans, abortion and environmentalism, right? So I think both for Americans and for people in other countries, it's kind of odd to see these parties exchange constituents. And when we talk about left and right, the media is mostly Democratic, as you know. But the Democrats are mostly former liberal Republicans at this point. The white Democrats are the children and grandchildren of people who voted for Country Club Republicans at this stage. So they,
Michael, I'm gonna.
yeah,
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Michael. I have this someone now waiting in our green room who we only have a couple of minutes for. So I'm going to say thank you so much for joining our live stream this evening, and your big picture observation that you have really been at the forefront of for the past few years, which is this identity swap between the parties, looks very spot on when we look at these results tonight. Michael, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are about to be joined, Emily, I see, is back there. We're about to be joined by Li Fang. Do we have Li in the green room, and can we bring him in? Li, how are you doing over there?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Very good. Is it, do we say good morning yet for you, or is it still the evening?
Oh, no, it's in the evening in San Francisco.
Yes. Li, are we talking ahead of ourselves to be talking about a Trump landslide at this point?
Well, it's a little early to say, but every indicator is pointing in that direction, that it's going to be a Trump electoral landslide and looks like a popular vote victory. Really, all 6, 7 major battleground states look likely to be in his column. The Kamala campaign's running out of hat tricks to play. There are no other kind of opportunities to find new voters. If the trends continue in terms of suburban votes, urban votes, women voters, it just seems like the Democratic ticket is toast.
Well, and Lee, can I ask, I mean, you've really been at the forefront of reporting on this sort of possibility that what we saw in San Francisco with, for example, London Breed, where you have people who've never really voted against Democrats. Maybe they've never even voted, but they show up to vote against Democrats. All of these trends are actually really hard to parse out. But especially with this potential popular vote win potentially on the horizon, we don't know. It's pretty early for that. But to what extent do you think maybe the Elon Rogan voter is actually very real? People are actually very much attracted to Trump over Kamala Harris because of crime, because of immigration, all of these issues that Democrats and even progressives like Noah Smith, who wrote a blog post about his own reservations about prior beliefs on some of those core cultural issues. Is that perhaps proving to be a real phenomenon? Could some of those voters, to the extent we're able to understand them, be behind all of this, especially in the context, the last thing I'll say, of 57% of Florida voters voting in favor of enshrining abortion in the state's constitution, and then the state going very red and very much in favor of Donald Trump?
Look, I don't have any special insight on Florida. I think that's one of the most interesting aspects of the election tonight. The marijuana initiative, marijuana's really been on a winning streak. I think it's only lost 2 other states when it's come up for a statewide ballot initiative. And abortion rights, post of the decision over the last 2 years, have been on a winning streak, I believe, in every statewide ballot initiative. This will be the first defeat. Why Florida has exceeded all expectations, really passed most of the polls and swinging to the right. As you just mentioned with Freddie, Miami-Dade really going Republican. This realignment on race that you just spoke about with Michael Lind seems particularly relevant also in Florida, where the Hispanic vote just totally going into the conservative column, not just for Trump, but for these kind of issue-based ballot initiatives. Now, in terms of this greater shift of a Elon Rogan voter, well, look, we see it in the data, young men drifting very rapidly to Trump. Perhaps there's a class component there, that men are left behind in this economy, that they are not graduating college. They have higher levels of addiction. They're not finding housing. They're finding it more difficult to compete with women, and that they feel culturally as victims. That we've had 10 years now of Me Too culture, of castigating men as oppressors, and this kind of backlash reactionary feeling has pushed them magnetically towards conservative causes and conservative politicians like Trump. And beyond that, there's just a cultural moment too. the juxtaposition between the two candidates is very sharp. Kamala is this kind of corporate lawyer, prosecutor type who has very risk-averse political instincts. She really did nothing bold during this campaign, does not come off as terribly authentic. And you have Trump, who has this macho swagger, going on all the most popular podcasts for young men, very memeable, a lot of kind of strong internet energy that attracts young men. It's a very palpable feeling, although I think we still need to kind of gather more data in terms of how, as the results come in.
Could I just ask a question, Lee, throwing it forward? Kind of the same question I asked Michael Lynn just there. What's your sense of what a big Trump victory does to Trump or to Trump's politics? He has this extraordinary team of, I don't know what you would call them, unique characters around him now with Musk and RFK and the rest of them. Do you think it will, I guess one way that it might affect them is to sort of sober them up, that there's now a responsibility that comes with that kind of victory. The other effect might be a kind of more recklessness. Maybe they think, well, we've got one term, only got one opportunity, let's go for it. What do you expect that we're going to see in the first part of a Trump 2 term?
Well, it looks like Republicans will definitely take the Senate with that Ohio victory, with the early returns showing Republican Senate candidates doing pretty strongly in places like Wisconsin and other states. So it's very likely that not only is there a Republican Senate, but the House is closely divided, or Republicans just barely hold on. I'm just kind of following several races, Jared Golden in Maine, some of these New York suburban races that are very close. And look, in 2017, after Trump won the first time, there was a feeling when Republicans held both houses that they wasted that opportunity. They really only passed, the Trump tax cuts. They got some judges in, but there were no kind of fundamental reforms to entitlements, to the federal bureaucracy, to any kind of other big picture conservative or Trump-related reform. They certainly didn't build the wall or anything like that. I think this time will be very different. Congressional Republicans will be on the warpath to pass many big legislative priorities in the first few months. The first 100 days will look very different from the first 100 days of the first Trump administration. Any idea what? I mean, obviously, it seems pretty early before we even have an election result to start predicting what are going to be legislative priorities of a new Trump administration. But the list of really quite out there ideas that he has had is a long one. I mean, you start with the major tariffs, which arguably could upend global free trade as it has nominally existed for decades. It's a major global shift that will have ripple effects around the world. Elon Musk, if indeed he takes this job and they don't fall out and is going to be given this role as, what is it? I think it's spending czar, or his job is to cut out government waste. And he famously, he sacked 75% of Twitter workers when he acquired that and said that it didn't make that much difference to the running of the company. He said that out of the 6.5 trillion federal budget, he thinks he could carve out 2 trillion pretty quickly. So, I mean, they're just two: tariffs and massive reduction in spending. Of course, when they hit reality, it's going to be much harder to possibly do either. But what would you pull out as a potential radical new feature of a Trump 2? What should people watching, either if they're excited, if they're in favor of him, or anxious, what are the things they should most likely be waiting for? Look, I think that Elon has been very clear that his biggest priority is slashing the size of the federal workforce, and providing the legal ability to do that is going to be difficult. That's going to be in the top priorities for Elon and for Trump, but it's going to need Congress. These are federal workers with federal contracts. To kind of create a whole new employment regime is going to require probably a lot new law. That will probably come in the first 100 days. Trump has been very vague in terms of his other plans. He famously, during his debate with Kamala, said that he did not have a health care plan or did not have one ready. So, it's not clear if he'll touch entitlements yet, but building the wall, work on potentially compelling coordination between ICE and local police agencies. I could see that on the agenda as well, because one of the kind of dynamics between the Obama administration and Trump is that you had more interior enforcement of immigration under Obama than Trump, because under the Trump years, many large jurisdictions stopped cooperating with ICE. So while Trump was able to increase border enforcement at the border, or immigration enforcement at the border, he couldn't do the kind of interior enforcement, which is what you would need to do if you wanted to hit those numbers that he's talked about.
So does that mean mass deportations, which is a phrase he's used? Do you think we're going to actually see mass deportations?
Well, mass is not defined, and I don't think we know what those numbers mean. One could argue that Obama and his administration engaged in mass deportations, hundreds of thousands of people removed who are unauthorized in this country. It's possible he tries to hit the Obama numbers, but within his first year.
Final question for you, Lee, before we let you get on with your evening. How do you feel about this? I mean, you're someone who comes from the political left. You've been critical of, Brahmin Democrats, but facing a big Trump victory like this, what is your mood?
Well, I think there's going to be a crack up in the media. Right after the 2016 election, you had reporters and editors kind of going apoplectic, demanding kind of tough as nails coverage of Trump, demanding Russiagate coverage. You had big billionaire owners kind of shoring up their workforces to go after Trump. I think it's going to be very different this time. I think it looks like there's a crack up of the Washington Post coming. The media landscape is very different. I don't think people are going to be gravitating to MSNBC in the same way that they did in the past. I think some of that media kind of partisanship is going to become more muted. I think there's going to be a big question about the elder leadership in the Democratic Party. They've kind of conspired and worked to avoid any creative political solution, any competition within the party, any kind of reshuffling of leadership. You saw it with the way that Biden was kind of coordinated by the party elite back in 2020. You saw it with the kind of hush-hush refusal to criticize Biden and his clear cognitive decline for years, this kind of push to remove him from the party and elevate Kamala without any kind of scrutiny of her record and her ability.
And that move, let's just speak it, that move does not look like it's played out very well. So you've been at the forefront of reporting on some of those things. There will be some very, very angry Democrats tomorrow. And what happens to that party?
Look, I don't think there's a clear opening, because there isn't a simple ideological explanation for this. There's a leadership crisis. You've had the same crew of Obama people, of Nancy Pelosi, of Chuck Schumer, of the Bidens in control of the party for decades. It's not clear that there's a left or right problem here. It's a crisis of leadership. The leadership probably needs to change, but they're deeply entrenched in the bureaucracy and the foundation world and the party elite. It's going to be very hard to remove them, but I think there's going to be a demand for that. This kind of strategy that Kamala pursued of courting Liz Cheney voters, Dick Cheney voters, of refusing really to take a stand on the war in Israel, of refusing on multiple occasions to say that she would change anything from what the Biden administration had done for the last 4 years, and this kind of inauthentic, work through celebrities and working through professional athletes and rappers without having any kind of connection to working class and normal people. I mean, you saw her just in the last kind of viral moment of her campaign today, her pretending to take a call from a voter, what appeared to be when her phone then turned to the camera, it showed that it was on a different app. It wasn't actually a telephone call. I mean, there was just layers of fakeness involved in this Democratic Party.
There's going to be a lot of soul searching at the very least, or you hope That didn't happen after 2016, but you would hope
Right,
that in the Democratic Party,
I
then
think
that
that this
will
will be very different from post 2016. Instead of this kind of demand to persuade the Electoral College not to certify Trump or to jump on these kind of conspiracy theories around Russia and Russian hacking of the voting machines or Putin bribing Trump with some kind of blackmail. I think it's going to be a more kind of qualitative reckoning. That being said, I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope you're right, but I agree. I'll believe it when I see it. Li Feng, thank you so much for your thoughts.
Good to see you, Freddie.
That was Li Feng, one of our favorite contributors at UnHerd, who's done incredible work on a lot of those issues. I think, Emily, what he was just saying about soul searching in the Democratic Party, there's going to be a lot of that, at least there should be a lot of that in the coming weeks and months.
Well, so on that note, actually, if we can share the screen, Kamala Harris's chief of the campaign, basically the head of the campaign, sent an email to staff that said, as polls close across the country, this is Jen O'Malley Dillon. I wanted to give everyone an update on what we're seeing. As we have known all along, this is a razor-thin race. Thanks to the amazing team, we have seen an incredible turnout across the battleground states, and the closeness of the race is exactly what we prepared for. As while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we've known all along that our path to 270 electoral votes lies through those blue wall
forgive
states.
me for chuckling. Please, Emily. I mean, look, I have no horse in this race, but I mean, I've heard those kind of emails before. It's like this was 11 p.m. 2016 in the Clinton campaign. Still, those kind of words were being used. If you remember, they had the spokespeople come out and address the assembled supporters at midnight, saying, "There's still all to play for."
John Podesta, right?
John Podesta.
Right.
We're going to see what this means, and we're going to think about it in the morning. It's like the rest of the world had already seen what it meant, and I'm afraid, to whoever that wrote that email, it seems a little bit out of time. Am I getting ahead of myself?
No, I mean, again, I don't think you are at all, because the trends are not looking good for the Harris campaign. If they buck the trends, she's not wrong. They can go into those blue wall states, and even if they win by 11,000 votes like Trump did in Michigan, let's say Kamala Harris reverses what Trump did in Michigan, super close. We're here 2 or 3 in the morning thinking East Coast time, looking at these results and thinking, oh my gosh, she came from behind because that so-called red mirage, a bunch of ballots came in from the deep blue cities and reversed what we were seeing trend-wise in the rural states. That didn't happen for Harris in Georgia. It hasn't happened for Harris in North Carolina. They were bullish about both of those states. So with that said, if those states are totally different than what we see in the blue wall, if we see different trends in those blue wall states, sure, Kamala Harris has a path to victory.
Yeah,
but
and
those
we've
trends
got results already from the blue wall states. I mean, I hate to consult the New York Times as an authority, and many of our viewers may resile from that idea, but I think the fact is that they are not in the can for Donald Trump, let's put it that way. So just a quick glance at their model right now will show you that Wisconsin is predicted as a Trump victory with some degree of confidence. What have they got it as? 73% chance of a Trump victory.
And I'll jump in there, Freddie, and just say, by the way, what I'm hearing from a source in the Republican Party is that they're feeling very good about the Senate candidate in Wisconsin, and that's there's a lot of interesting politics about that. But why that's relevant here is that Senate candidate is pulling behind Donald Trump. So if they're feeling good about their Senate candidate, meaning on the ground, their internal numbers,
So they think
that
it
means
could
they're
be
feeling good about Wisconsin.
A strong victory. Pennsylvania, there is no chance that Kamala Harris wins if she doesn't win Pennsylvania at this point. The New York Times has it a 74% chance to be a Trump state. And Michigan, finally, they put a 66% chance. I mean, yeah, you got to really be clutching at straws now if you're looking for sources of optimism in the Harris campaign.
Emily, can I just ask you about a few potential spanners in the works for the Trump momentum? I'm
Yeah, and
probably
let's
blowing it
James,
up.
let's tease that. So first of all, we just want to thank everybody for tuning in. By the way, we have thousands of viewers right now across social media platforms. So thank you for spending this critical and to some people stressful but exhilarating night with us. We appreciate it. It was so much fun to have Michael here. So much fun to have Lee here. We still don't know how the candidates are going to react to the news tonight. So on that note, James, having thanked all of the viewers across the world, surely, for tuning in, want to invite them all to subscribe. Please subscribe to the Undercurrents channel, subscribe to the UnHerd channel. Undercurrents is here every single day with a new episode. The UnHerd channel has, you probably already know, amazing, amazing content. So make sure to give us a subscribe while you're here. James, though, go ahead. Let's play this game. Let's throw these hypotheticals out.
Sure. Well, we've heard a lot about what's going in Michigan and the role of Arab American voters and Jewish American voters. And there are a lot of potential spoiler candidates in there. There are third-party candidates. And I just want to share my screen here and just perhaps you could kind of talk me through some of these because I think it's potentially quite interesting. So give me 1 second here.
Yeah. And Michigan, by the way, I know I said this earlier to Freddie, but that is one where the Harris campaign seemed to feel better than the Trump campaign.
Michigan is perhaps the most fascinating because this is a razor-thin margin still. Trump is just ahead, as we can see. But look at some of those other candidates. We've got Jill Stein there, nearly 20,000 votes. We knew that she had the potential to be a real spoiler for the Democrats. But then look at another name just below that, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Wow.
Now, he has recently joined the Trump campaign, but Michigan, both Michigan and Wisconsin, refused to take his name on the ballot despite his request to do so. Now, that would be a really painful irony if it ended up being RFK Jr. that spoiled it for Trump. I think it's unlikely, but perhaps you could just explain a little bit about, is there any potential for an upset in either of these two states in favor of either Democrats or Republicans?
You mean it could, for example, so let's go to what Real Clear Politics had going into this. They had a slight lead for Kamala Harris in Michigan, a slight lead for Kamala Harris in Wisconsin, and a slight lead for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. So big picture here is Republicans looked at that and they said, this is a great omen for the Trump campaign. We are happy that we are losing because we are losing by so little that if previous trends repeat themselves, it'll be pretty definitive. We'll win by a few points in all of these states. So at this stage, that's what it's looking like. That's what it looked like. It happened in Georgia and North Carolina. We don't know what the exact final vote tallies are going to be, so we can't exactly compare them to the predictions so far. But all that is to say, could Kamala Harris pull off an upset now from where she is right now? Yeah, potentially. And I would just say, stay tuned to Milwaukee County, biggest county in the state of Wisconsin. Right. Stay tuned to what happens in Detroit. We were at this stage in 2020. Trump campaign was feeling great in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. And this is why campaign workers or election workers, officials in these states have been warning and saying, we have a lot of votes that we are counting late at night. These counties are big and we'll start to get their results later at night. Now you can tell us whether or not you, James, but anyone can sort of argue about that process in and of itself. But the fact is, if history repeats itself, we do see a bunch of votes coming in. But can Kamala Harris stay at the same levels as Joe Biden in the cities? That's the big question for her right now. Is it enough? You said this earlier, but is it enough in Milwaukee, Detroit, Philadelphia to offset what appear to be gains for Donald Trump? This is exactly what Republicans who talked to us at UnHerd and Undercurrents were telling us in the days leading up to the election. This is exactly what they were telling us, that they were gaining enough in rural areas and ex-urban areas, and they felt like they were kind of constant in the suburbs and constant in the cities. So what we might end up seeing is actually gains in cities and gains in suburbs, but at the very least, Kamala Harris needs those cities to come in for her in those blue wall states as of now, which is why this is a very exciting time to be talking and broadcasting, because as we start getting that information, the blue wall now, this is all if we start getting more and more from Pennsylvania and her path is closed off, then her path is closed off. If though we start for some reason seeing her running up the numbers in Philly and Milwaukee and Detroit, maybe she has a path. But this is the sweet spot right here, as far as I'm concerned. This is fascinating.
So it feels to me like we can be different here this evening from those major networks. that are always terrified of making a call too early. I'm not going to say UnHerd is calling the race because nobody cares what we're calling, but I think we should focus our discussion on what the reality of a big Trump victory will be. Because at that point, it is not overstating things to say that looks like the most realistic outcome. Most, if not all, of the swing states are going to Trump. He most likely is winning in the popular vote as well, and the other races are all looking pretty good for the Trump campaign. So, Emily, let me ask you that question. What do you think that does? You know, Trump making a victory speech later this morning, Musk standing next to him, RFK as head of some health initiative, Tulsi Gabbard in some role. I mean, what does that group do in the first few months in office?
And here's a really big question is how serious was Donald Trump about his commitments to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard? Indications from inside the Trump campaign suggest that he was very serious about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., that RFK Jr. has blended with the kind of bigger, broader Trump family, meaning Don Jr. and the by this point seasoned Trump operatives in a way that people are fully on board with RFK Jr.'s agenda. Now, one thing I can tell you is here in Washington, D.C., a whole lot of career government employees, we just call them colloquially careers. If you're at the Department of Education, if you're at the Environmental Protection Agency, that is a plan that Donald Trump has. There is a plan. It's called Schedule F. We saw some of it sketched out in Project 2025. Trump is going to do everything he can to not act like he had anything to do with Project 2025, and he really didn't. But he's not going to want to look like he's taking anything from Project 2025 because he's very sensitive about this from an ego perspective, not from a campaign perspective. It really didn't have anything to do with hurting his campaign. He didn't want to look like other people were giving him plans. So it's not going to be exactly what's in that book if people are going and looking at it now, but he will target Schedule F employees. There's just no question about it. He will bring people like Elon Musk, even if it's not Elon Musk confirmed by the Senate in an official cabinet position, he will have Elon Musk as some sort of shadow czar. Yeah, right.
Oh, speaking of Elon, I think we've got an image on screen. The future is going to be so flame. And there's a picture of President Trump looking like he's in deep conversation with Elon Musk. I'm not sure exactly when that is from, time-wise. Let's just do a quick moment on Musk then, because as I mentioned when we were chatting to Lee Fung there, Elon Musk, he's an unusual character because he doesn't seem to be very affected by normal political calculations. That's fair to say. He's able to do things that he knows are going to be unpopular. One of them that he is promising, if he is going to get some role in charge of federal expenditure, is to cut vastly the size of the state. That is what he is committed to. He evidently feels like what he did at Twitter, which is to sack 75% of the workforce with not that much difference as he thinks of it, is something that can pretty much be carried over to the federal government. He said in a recent interview that he thinks he can cut $2 trillion out of $6.5 trillion federal expenditure within the first few months. Is any of that even realistic? Is this going to be a case of crazy campaign promises that make very quick contact with reality? Or do you think those kind of scale of radical things could actually now happen?
Yeah, I mean, that is the big question going forward. And that is why, in fact, not to keep going back to Project 2025, but that was the entire genesis of it, is that we have these big, the Heritage Foundation is saying we have these big radical ideas of how to remake federal government. We can't, in fact, accomplish anything. This was the hang up in the prior Trump administration as they saw it. They couldn't do what they wanted to do at the EPA, at the Department of Education, at the Department of Energy, at the Department of Justice, because every time they tried, they felt as though they were being blocked by the careers, by the sort of lifelong bureaucrats in DC. So they feel as though that is the essential first move for a Trump administration. And they do have legal mechanisms that they've devised to do it. So yes, I mean, it is possible. Can they then replace those people with true loyalists? That is an open question. Can they do it fast enough? And can they do it with people who actually will be loyal to Donald Trump? One interesting thing in all of this is it sounds kind of woo-woo and abstract, but Donald Trump didn't come into office in 2017 with this level of sort of pop cultural momentum. When he came into office, the Women's March suffocated DC. I mean, this was tens of thousands of people marching in the streets of DC. But on the other hand, now he has this it's sort of an island of misfit toys, from Tulsi Gabbard to Tony Hinchcliffe and all of these various figures. But that is a lot of pop cultural cash. There's just a vibe shift. There's no question about it. After 2020, there was the so-called woke lash. So more people may be willing to come in and sort of loyally, happily serve Donald Trump. I think it's a strange difference, but I think it's a real one.
Right. So he has more cultural capital in a way than he did when he became president first time. He also has a machine behind him, which he didn't. We've attended, last time I was in DC, attended a rally and a gathering by an organization called American Moment, which is entirely dedicated to staffing up a future Trump administration. They are determined not to repeat the scenario they found themselves in 2016, where suddenly they were nominally in charge, but they didn't have anybody to do anything. It's not the same anymore. So not only do they have the kind of high-level figures you're talking about, the Elon Musks, the people with major cultural capital, there's also an army of potential staffers, a lot of young people who have been trained into Trump-think over the past few years and are ready to take up those 10,000 or 20,000 executive-appointed jobs in the first weeks of a Trump administration. Is that right?
Yeah, and there's still this open question of whether there's enough of them with experience, because that's a big advantage for Democrats, and it's something that there are literally new organizations that are trying to train up policy staffers in their 20s right now, and even with internships when people are 18 and 19 and all of that. It's not a class of person that exists. These sort of hardcore Trump loyalists who have been through the system and are able to be placed at mid-level positions. So I don't know that there actually are enough of those people, period. I think we'll see a similar situation where he has a hard time staffing his departments. If he's elected tonight, it's going to be a tough one for him to fill them up. But that is to say, they're coming in with a big head start of purging people that they suspect of being disloyal. So it'll be in Washington, D.C., it'll be heads rolling. It'll be very tense. A lot of people will be out of work who have had the same jobs for decades.
And not just in DC, because if anything like, even if a tenth of the scale back that Elon Musk has been talking about is attempted in terms of the federal budget, that is going to mean layoffs.
Yeah.
That is going to mean many federal employees being laid off.
Yeah.
What kind of world does that put us into? That is then, it's obviously will be highly unpopular among those groups. We could be seeing mass demonstrations. We could be in for a very tumultuous few months if some of those ideas they actually try to carry out.
A few years. Yeah, absolutely. This is the entire economy of Washington, D.C., basically, especially if, let's say, Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. find a way to make serious cuts at, for instance, the Pentagon. Which they obviously want to do. So these federal departments, I think, in D.C., obviously they're spread out all over the entire country, but in D.C. in particular, people forget how big the economy here is tethered to them, and then it ripples out into defense, into social media, into tech more broadly. Just look at Elon Musk in and of himself. To take a cynical perspective, he has SpaceX, he has Starlink, he has these technologies that are and on top of that, he has social media that are very much Tesla, very much intertwined with the bigger bureaucratic system here in Washington, D.C. So it is a windfall for the most powerful man in the world. There's no most powerful, wealthiest man in the world. This is a big, big deal to him, just him in and of himself. But I agree. I think you'll see it. Many, many people taking to the streets. I think you will see tumult. If Donald Trump is able to sort of swiftly, if he does something more gradually, maybe it'll be muted. But if it's a swift takeover as they're planning, yeah, I think, Freddie, it'll be pretty chaotic.
What is your top three, finally? I know we have a guest waiting in the green room who we're going to talk to in just a moment. what is your top 3 big picture policies that people watching around the world should be thinking about? I mean, the ones that come to mind that we've talked about already: border, whether that means so-called mass deportations or not, or to what degree that happens, strengthening, closing the border, getting tough on the border, that seems very likely. Tariffs, for those of us outside the United States, is a very powerful and interesting and to some very frightening policy plan. If he does even half of what he's been talking about there, it will completely change the nature of the global free economy. And yeah, federal cuts. I mean, we could be headed towards a Milei style. I'm talking about President Milei of Argentina, who likes to be photographed with a chainsaw next to government departments. Yeah, he likes to go across a wall and just remove government departments one by one. Again, we probably won't see it to that degree, but something along those lines. Are they the top 3, or what am I missing here?
I wouldn't say that Trump would be Milei style, even though we have seen him and Milei interact and be happy together. Same thing with Elon Musk, who apparently really likes him, because one of the different things about Donald Trump, as opposed to, let's say, Ted Cruz, is that Donald Trump is adamantly opposed to touching entitlement programs and touching Social Security, so he's actually, and JD Vance is too. So he's actually very much in favor of leaving those programs. He says everyone's going to have health care under me. The question is whether his deputies, his middle managers are on board with that. And if they sort of start tinkering with things that Trump might not, he might go along to get along. Maybe he needs to keep the establishment Republicans happy to accomplish something really big that he wants to. That's where that gets possible. Right,
but also Trump likes to be liked, and laying people off is not a way to be liked. So that's going to be a tension. We have a tendency to get ahead of ourselves as journalists, but it's possible there may even be a clash between Musk and Trump, for example, on those kind of things. You'd see Musk saying, "Hey, let's do it. I said we're going to cut $2 trillion out of the budget," and then Trump goes, "No, I'm not going to do that." I mean, those kind of scenarios we could be reporting on internal tensions within that group as some of the more radical ideas hit reality.
This is one of, I think, the most interesting, and even on the right, people completely underappreciate how big the distinctions are between Milei and JD Vance, Milei and Trump, Elon Musk and Trump. Everybody thinks that they're on the same page right now because they have totally united to defeat Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the broader left, wokeness more broadly, right? And then you have in Florida 57% in a state that very handily delivered for Donald Trump. 57% voting to enshrine abortion into the Constitution. This is a new Republican voter, and it has brought about a new Republican policy staffer in Washington, D.C. So everyone right now sort of is missing the forest for the trees almost, because they're united under the banner of getting Trump elected. But what happens when you have to govern under Donald Trump, and this new barstool conservative, as Matthew Walther has dubbed it in the week, does not want what the evangelicals want, and doesn't, and the RFK Jr. folks, they said, I'm not signing up for you putting Mike Pence over here. I mean, Pence is just one example. There are a million different Mike Pences, but that's going to be very difficult.
Well, even RFK would most likely not like some of the border stuff that is coming. I mean, his view is very different on that. So it's interesting to think already now. It may feel silly for people watching or listening that we're already thinking about potential tensions within Team Trump before the election victory is even clear. But that is where we're probably going to get to quite soon, because as we saw here in the UK, a big election with the Labour Party, a big election victory in a way gives strength to a political party because they can do what they like, but it also gives strength to internal critics inside a political party, because you then feel, hey, we've got a big victory, we're allowed to have an argument, and suddenly the supergroup of Team Trump may seem less united in months to come.
Yep. And on top of that, it's extra powerful when everybody, including your own party, counted you out on January 7th, 2021. And then everybody said you could not make a comeback. Then the lawfare started, and Donald Trump's numbers, let's say, as opposed to Ron DeSantis, start ticking up around the exact time that Alvin Bragg starts to go after Donald Trump legally. So it's especially powerful when everybody, once again, is saying that you can't do it. That'll have an extra sort of layer of, I think, potency if he's president.
Definitely. I think 2 has become 3. Is that Charles?
Yes.
How are you? Welcome to the show. I'm actually going to, Emily, I'm actually going to leave you in the capable hands of Emily for one moment.
Sounds great. Charles, can you just give us your quick reaction to everything that we're seeing right now? Because just from my vantage point here in DC, at least, as we're watching these returns come in, it doesn't seem to be going in the direction of the Harris campaign. Team Trump seems pretty confident right now. Is that confidence misplaced? What do you make of it?
I mean, there's certainly cautious optimism at this hour on the Republican side. And I'm here in Pennsylvania, the all-important state, and one that Harris must win. And even in Pennsylvania, the mood is certainly, again, at this hour in Republicans' favor. 87% of votes are in, and Republicans are certainly looking at an encouraging night. And there are pivotal signs just here in Pennsylvania that would indicate that Trump may have a happy ending for his campaign here.
And what are some of those signs? People were saying, let's pay very close attention to the collar counties, including myself. It's kind of an obvious point. Outside of Philadelphia, swingy places like Bucks County, where the Harris campaign was counting on suburban women to offset any rural gains that Trump might make outside of those Philly metro areas. Is that what we ended up seeing tonight so far?
So this is the ultimate test for the Republican Party when it comes to the realignment that we may be seeing in a dramatic sense when it comes to Hispanic voters, for example, and working class voters that have historically trended Democrat in working class regions of the state. But in terms of those collar counties, just before coming on here, I received word that there's a 400 voter difference as it stands now between Republicans and Democrats, that Trump has the lead in Bucks County. Republicans have not carried Bucks County since George H.W. Bush in 1988. This is a county that earlier this year flipped red, with Republicans holding a voter registration majority. And it is certainly the type of county where on the lower end of the county, for example, closer to Philadelphia, you have working class voters who were historically Democrat and they're going Republican. They played a pivotal role in this. There's growth on the upper end of the county that is trending Republican amongst suburban voters. So that is a fascinating dynamic, one to closely follow, in addition to Lackawanna County in northeastern Pennsylvania. So Lackawanna is home to Joe Biden's hometown, Scranton. Trump is performing dramatically well there tonight. And while he may not win Lackawanna, it will be extremely close. I'm just south of Lackawanna in Hazleton, Pennsylvania tonight in the Northeast. And these are the types of communities where if Trump pulls us out, it will be because of the Hazletons of the state.
And what is it in the Hazletons of the state that would be delivering momentum to Team Trump? Is it the obvious issue of the economy? I mean, poll after poll basically found the economy was the most important thing on voters' minds, followed by immigration, and then in some polling, abortion. For the voter who is maybe showing up to vote, who wouldn't have voted if it was Trump v. Biden, or is voting for Trump when they previously voted for Biden, there are obviously big differences in Pennsylvania between Biden and Harris. Biden is of Pennsylvania. So what's going on in the minds of voters that might explain the patterns?
The core of the Trump message going back to 2016, you can't find a region where it resonates more than a place like northeastern Pennsylvania on issues like the economy and immigration. When you look at the map of the United States, it's hard to find an area that experienced faster rates of demographic change, for example. Cities here now have Latino majorities. That was not the case even 15 years ago. In addition, the economy, this is an area that confronted the decline in manufacturing. And it's the type of voter here that may have voted for Obama twice, even in 2012, for example, but then shifted to Trump in 2016 and never looked back. So the purity of the Trump message, the clarity of his message on the economy resonates here, and they view Trump as a form of economic insurance. And that just came out that much more dramatically when Biden, a native son of this region, got out and Harris was the opponent.
Yeah, that is actually super, super interesting. Now, Democrats we were talking about suburban, actually on this note, we were talking about suburban voters, and Democrats were sort of counting on them. I mean, I had Chuck Rocha, a Democratic strategist, on the show on Undercurrents recently saying he thought polls weren't picking up on affluent suburban women who were sort of not going to vote for Donald Trump, even if their husbands were. He said those were showing up in focus groups as he saw women who weren't going to vote for Donald Trump. Is it possible that those women existed, but it was sort of an anecdotal phenomenon, or it was just something that's not enough to carry when you have rural voters? Even though there are fewer rural voters, they're just so passionately pro-Trump. I don't know, maybe the turnout numbers would help explain some of that. What do you make of it, the dynamic there?
So people tend to forget how suburban the state is even beyond greater Philadelphia. That South Central Pennsylvania, for example, home to Harrisburg, the capital city, is the fastest growing area of the state. And it's drawing an increasingly transient population. And many of their suburbs look like the suburbs that you would encounter in Metro DC in terms of their composition and their developmental growth. They have trended blue to purple in recent cycles. And 2022 certainly show that Republicans at the state level here in Pennsylvania confronted a challenge, including among suburban women. But in the case of this election, it really does seem to be twofold, that Harris is a weak candidate, even compared to Biden at his worst performance, let's say. There may be a scenario of Biden to Trump voters, that you have professionals who may have considered Biden even post-debate because they viewed him as a check on the Democratic Party's leftward turn, but they just could not bring themselves to vote for Harris. And this comes down to the economy, and it's a sense of discontent that isn't limited to the working class. You have suburbanites across the state who are struggling with household incomes that are not the incomes they enjoyed compared to 2019. And you have a state that a year and a half ago had the most expensive grocery prices in the country, statistically, and people who are struggling to find housing. There's a housing crisis in the state, and they view Trump as having the clarity of messaging compared to Harris.
Another thing we heard from Democrats is sort of swingy Lehigh Valley area has a big population of Puerto Rican Americans, and Tony Hinchcliffe's joke about Puerto Rican being a floating island of garbage might have just been the thing that could tip the scales in Kamala Harris's direction. And that was the last week, we've heard so much about that. It seems like whatever it was, it probably won't be enough. Is that fair to say at this point?
I think based on the results we see now, that question is settled. It did not prove to be a factor. Let's say outside Philadelphia, we have more results coming in. But when you talk about the Latino majority cities in eastern Pennsylvania, including Allentown and Reading, Berks County, home to Reading, the fourth largest city with a 70% Latino population, with most results coming in, it looks like Trump won Berks County by 13 points. And that was driven in large part by a city with a significant Latino population. In the case of Allentown, the city itself has a Puerto Rican population dating to World War II. They came to work there in the steel industry during the worker shortage that followed that war, and they have been there ever since. They have defaulted to democratic voting patterns. But in neighboring Northampton County, home to Bethlehem, which also has a Latino population, Northampton flipped to Trump. This is the ultimate bellwether county in the state. It was the pivot county that went from Obama to Trump to Biden, and is going back to Trump. And as it stands, I mean, based on those numbers, if that's the case, this is a county that has only gone for the losing presidential candidate 3 times since 1920. So the fact that Trump is performing so well in Northampton, home to a Latino population, vast suburbia, prosperous areas, but also plenty of working class areas, that's the microcosm, and that would portend well for Republicans statewide.
Charles, this is going to sound maybe a little silly, but I'm looking at Butler County, and I don't know the full history of Butler County other than, home with the Jeep, all of that good stuff. And obviously the tragedy that occurred on July 13th when Cory Comparatore was killed and Donald Trump was nearly killed on stage at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. But so far, 98% of votes are counted. It looks like Trump had a victory of 33 points in Butler County. It was 32 points in 2020, so 0.1, a movement there of about 0.1. Cumberland County is showing about +1 for Dems. So Trump won by 11 in 2020. He won by 10. So far, it's looking he won by 10 in 2024. We don't have a lot of votes yet in York County. We have about 44% of the votes counted in York County. It's showing D plus 18 at this point in 2024. So obviously, there's a lot we don't know. Is there anything in that, if you're Kamala Harris? 98% counted in Jefferson County, a tiny shift for Democrats, 0.2. Is there anything here that Kamala Harris's team can cling to when it comes to crucial Pennsylvania?
So looking at my end, York County, for example, which you cited, that's South Central Pennsylvania, that is a growing region. That's part of the I-83 corridor. Many people who live there are commuters to Metro DC, for example. It's only an hour from Baltimore. And people live there for the quality of life. It's cheaper than Metro DC and Baltimore. And certainly the type of area that Democrats would turn to improve their margins in these razor-thin fights. So that is certainly a county to follow in these wee hours of the morning. But statewide, when you look at some of those areas like the Lehigh Valley, northeastern Pennsylvania, I think those two regions may prove pivotal in Trump's overperformance there compared to the past. And the Lehigh Valley itself is at times the second to third most populous in the state when you factor in parts of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh has unique population dynamics, but the Lehigh Valley is home to 3 cities. It's an hour from New York City, and it's there that the margins really look favorable to Republicans.
Well, I hope our viewers all know how lucky we were to have Charles here as we are right now. The timing couldn't have been better. Right now, we are all parsing the numbers in Pennsylvania because this is the linchpin. Kamala Harris needs it, and we are learning more by the minute. So, Charles, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Emily.
Of course. We're going to bring back Freddie and Flo, who are in the London UnHerd Bureau, the UnHerd headquarters in London. Yeah, HQ. What have you guys got for us?
Well, Flo, who is actually sitting right next to me, if we can go to you can see the studio here. We've got Fox and CNN on the screens. Flo has been looking across Twitter and what's been happening there. And not to get into Schadenfreude, as in enjoying other people's pain, but we thought it might be a nice moment to just look at some predictions of a strong Harris victory. What are you reminding us about?
We've had a few, and over the last few months, of course, many pundits have been sticking their neck out on a Harris victory. MSNBC's Rachel Maddow said on the day that Joe Biden left the race, today Joe Biden gave us the first black woman president in the country. Kamala Harris is going to beat Donald Trump in November. He's going to have been the man more responsible for that than anybody else in the country, having had that key role in both of these campaigns. So there, not only is she making a strong prediction in favor of Harris, but also saying that, in fact, the person we should be thanking for all of this is Joe Biden. I wonder if tonight she is feeling a bit of egg on face. I don't know. She is live on television as we speak, and I know she does feel quite emotional about the whole thing.
We had our own version of Rachel Maddow here in the UK, didn't we? A podcast.
We have Britain's Rachel Maddow.
Tell us about Britain's Rachel Maddow.
That's Rory Stewart, of course, and Rory Stewart is a politician turned political commentator. He himself has made very strong predictions in favour of Harris.
Should we put that up on the screen if we got that?
I don't have that to hand unless you do, but he has this evening been also live streaming. It is a shame for these people that they have had to make such strong predictions and then go on live streams.
I have it. If you go to my screen, I've got the tweet in question. Rory Stewart, this is not the priority at this point, but let's just take a moment. We're allowed to do that. Just why not? Rory Stewart, the podcaster. Kamala Harris will win comfortably because Biden's admin has been solid. Trump's lost ground since 2016. The young black male votes which Trump needs didn't turn out in 16, 18, 20, or in 22. Young women like Kamala and vote. Ignore polls. They're herding after past misses. Okay, so that does not look like it happened. Emily, what is it with these people who make these strong predictions? It feels like they can't resist it. And of course, some people will get things wrong. But the serious point inside that is there was a thesis for why Harris would win. And there were many, many millions of people who believed it completely. I know many of them personally. The thesis was, and in fact, dare I say it, even Emily Jashinsky analysis opened that possibility on UnHerd yesterday, that basically suburban women could have sorted Kamala Harris out. Had they turned up in sufficient number, that could have changed the course of this election. That doesn't look like it's happened.
Yeah, and I mean, it's easy to sort of understand why people, Democrats especially, thought that. I mean, they actually had some numbers telling them that. What this now calls into question, Freddie, is we're right back where we were in 2016. Why were their numbers wrong? And this isn't all the numbers. I mean, I actually think the RCP average is going to probably hold up pretty well, depending on how everything shakes out exactly. But what we looked at across the board was just really close polls. Nate Silver said there's going to be polling error. We just don't know how big it'll be and in which direction, which sounds silly. But of course, that's actually a very important kind of caveat. Because it could have been, the polls were so close that it could have meant a Harris landslide. It could have meant a Trump, I shouldn't say landslide, but a sweep. It could have meant she swept the battleground states, or it could have meant Trump swept the battleground states, or, as I expected, it could have meant a mixture. And it's looking like it's not going to be a mixture right now. It's going to look like it's looking right now like it's a pretty clean sweep for Donald Trump.
Go on, sorry, Emily.
Well, no, I was just going to say, but it just, again, there's this question of, are their numbers wrong? Because they're asking the wrong questions and talking to the wrong people, because there's a sort of bubble phenomenon going on. I mean, one of the reasons that I took that possibility very seriously, even though you're looking at the RCP averages and you're like, well, the pattern, if it bears out, this is great for Donald Trump because he always overperforms the polls historically. So then the question is, why are they still underestimating him after 2016, 2020, and now into 2024? And that, I think, is, Freddie, you know more about that than anyone. That's the question going forward.
Right. So it's the polling question, which is kind of will go on and on, I think. And you find normally that partisans from each side like to think that opinion polls are somehow part of a conspiracy against them, and right now, people will probably continue to think that. But there's more substantive discovery of tonight, more than how did the opinion polls get it wrong, is what people were motivated by. Ultimately, those supporters of Trump were more motivated than supporters of Harris, as well as being more numerous. And somehow his messages, which were very negative about the government as it has been, just obviously hit home to a much greater degree than Harris. And I suppose in retrospect, it always feels like it was obvious now that it's happened. But, the Harris campaign felt very stage managed. It didn't feel full of passion. To go to the electorate and say, yeah, we're the continuity candidate, I can't think of anything I would do differently. She felt scripted. She was imposed without an election.
Yeah.
Obviously, she's not an enormously talented politician. In retrospect, it's like, of course she lost.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yet, even yesterday, neither of us were certain about that.
Well, because, so if there was a slight swing, and it could have just been a slight change in suburban women turning out, we're going to have to see more of what this looks like. It would have been people talking about how dumb the Donald Trump Madison Square Garden, exporting his Get Out the Vote operation in Pennsylvania to Elon Musk, exporting it to Charlie Kirk in Arizona and other places like that. I mean, there was a wave of reporting in the last couple of weeks about what a disaster the internal side of the Trump campaign was. So, I mean, we could have been here talking about that, but I think we're not, because once again, I'm reminded of the Access Hollywood tape, which, if I'm remembering correctly, dropped around the same time of the Tony Hinchcliffe joke. And the media coverage here in the States of the Tony Hinchcliffe joke was unbelievable. And there was a lot of sort of pearl clutching over it. And this isn't to say whether it's right or wrong. It's just to say, for most of the American people, nobody effing cares. Nobody cares. And yet the media obsessed over it. And one other really interesting thing, I went back yesterday and looked at Kamala Harris's and Donald Trump's numbers on Real Clear Politics over the last 3 months. And I was expecting to find that Harris's momentum stalled when she started oversaturating herself in the media. What's true is that Trump's numbers started to climb around the time October 8th is when she did that View interview. But hers really started to drop. And this, hear me out, it sounds a little weird, but October 23rd, that is the day after the Jeffrey Goldberg story dropped in The Atlantic about Donald Trump wanting his generals to be like Hitler's generals. And the media here in the States, again, it is all they were talking about. And then the Democrats ran with that. They projected it onto Madison Square Garden. They put money behind. Kamala Harris started adopting the fascist label. So that's when her numbers started to drop. I'm not saying that's correlation and causation. I'm just saying that there's going to be, and I think rightfully so, a lot of hand-wringing on the Democratic side about how, once again, they seem to have missed the opportunity to connect with voters. Otherwise, they could do the cope, right? They can cope and say, we're familiar with Democratic cope after, a decade now. They can say it's all because Biden clung to it, dropped out late. Kamala was never a good candidate. It was a winnable election. We were just in bad circumstances. All these people are still deplorable, blah, blah, blah. They can still do that. But there's some
and it's quite likely that will happen. But the question to them, if they were being honest, is how did they do it again? All of those pathologies that you are talking about, overly hysterical reaction to supposedly offensive Trump comments. I mean, that was the 2016 lesson. That was 8 years ago. Why have they not learned that is counterproductive? Which apparently, if you're right, that it may even have had a direct negative impact on the Harris campaign. It is. Don't overreact to things that are considered offensive in polite society, but most ordinary people don't give a shit about.
Yep.
Stop doing that. Why are they still doing that? Why the celebrities? I mean, it was Lady Gaga and the like for Hillary Clinton in 2016, and it's been Julia Roberts and George Clooney and Beyonce now in 2024, and it's like, guys, Julia Roberts is not going to win you Pennsylvania.
Well, we can bring James Billow, and he says he wants to jump in and that he has something to add here. But just as we're bringing James in, it's insane because if you go back to, again, January 7th, I was here in D.C. Actually, as I was still standing covering the riot at the Capitol, I'm reading the death warrant for Donald Trump's political career. Everyone is saying it's over, it's over. All of the congressional Republicans want to move on from him. They feel almost relieved in a weird way. They feel like they can just get rid of him. And instead what happens is Democrats think, okay, January 6th, now he's also a convicted felon, and there is just nothing we can do to lose to this guy. Joe Biden is declining before their eyes. They decide to run him anyway. He glitches in the middle, at the beginning of a debate, has to drop out. They don't have any time to cast more ballots, so they just need to do it via delegates. I mean, they made mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake, and it does sort of seem logical that they would end up losing after doing this over and over and over again. But their machine is also powerful, and this is likely to be a close election. So they probably just thought they could keep, pushing and pushing and pushing and finally get across the finish line like they did with Joe Biden, and they underestimated the backlash to that because Joe Rogan, if you listen to his conversation with Elon Musk that was taped just yesterday, the reason he came out and endorsed Donald Trump is because he's so sick of the left. He's reacting to their overreaction.
James. Oh, we can't actually hear you, I'm afraid. You're looking quite sort of dark and mysterious over there.
Anyone hear me?
Right hand side of the...
We
Yes,
got
now
you.
we can hear you. Yeah, come in.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to put a few numbers on just the scale of this defeat, and it kind of points to what you guys have been saying already. So I'm just going to share my screen, and I just want to show you exactly just how severe this slide against the Democrats has been in the deep blue states. So if we just take a look here at this Washington Post map, what you can see is across all of the New England, eastern seaboard, you've got some deep red pockets. You've got lines going right and GOP direction across everywhere. And look at that. Zoom into places like New York, and you really get to see just the extent of how big these Republican gains are. Now, let me put some numbers on that. Manhattan, 4.5% point swing to the Republicans. Brooklyn, that deep blue liberal hotspot, plus 6 points. Staten Island.
Where you are right now, James.
Where I am right now, I'm in the hotbed of it all. Staten Island, historically quite a Trumpian part, probably the Trumpiest part of all of New York, plus 8 from 2020 to 2024. Queens, plus 10.5. That's where we saw these kind of Trumpian, he did a lot of rallies in the place like the Bronx, where we now see a plus 11.5. But it's not just in New York where we're seeing this. If we look at Ryan Godusky's comment, he's had New Jersey, the Democratic gains, the Democratic losses between
James.
2020. Yeah.
I think we should stop because there's a campaign update coming in from Kamala Harris right now.
What are we hearing, Emily?
This is Cedric Richmond. He is addressing the crowd at the Harris election night gathering. And right now is saying we still have votes to count. I'll return this to full screen. And 1 second, we'll make sure that everyone can hear this. He is addressing a crowd here in Washington, D.C., and it looks like they are not conceding. That's sort of not entirely surprising, but it looks like they're indeed not going to be conceding the election. Here comes Cedric Richmond. He's right here, and we are good to go. And he just walked off. But here's the crowd. Here's the crowd assembled at Howard University.
Go ahead.
Right. So
Thank you all.
And that crowd is I heard a little. We caught the tail end of that, and that was actually they were whooping. There were cheers of enthusiasm. What possible message is he trying to bring there? I mean, we have a technical, theoretical scenario in which, contrary to the other 47 states, which have all shown a certain direction, the 3 states she needs to win would buck the trend, and the predicted outcomes that we're now seeing on polling websites like the New York Times of 79% and higher for Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin turn out to be wrong still, because there is some kind of red mirage within that particular group of states. It's starting to sound, it's a tough sell, isn't it? I mean, I understand that if you are in charge of a huge political party, you need to keep your supporters supporting. And of course, you don't concede until the very last minute. You want to hold on to hope. But we're not in either party here. We can just speak the truth as we see it. And the crowd gathered at Howard University are clutching at straws, aren't they, Emily?
I was talking all day about the potential for a reverse kind of 2016, where it's you sort of start to see what looks like a really good night for Donald Trump turn into a really good night for Kamala Harris, as opposed to what happened with Hillary Clinton in 2016. But I think actually what we might be seeing now is a reverse 2020, where it starts off looking good for, or I'm sorry, it starts off looking good for, let's say in this case, it started off looking good for the Republican and it ended up looking good for the Democrat. This one, it's like, it starts off looking good for Trump and ends up looking good for Donald Trump. The only thing Kamala Harris has left is that there is a red mirage, which of course did happen in 2020, but so far the trends indicate that is not going to happen this time. If we are extrapolating to the eventual call in Pennsylvania, that's all we need right now. We just need the Pennsylvania call. It doesn't actually even matter really what's going to happen in Arizona and Nevada. As soon as Pennsylvania is called for Trump, it's game over.
I know. And right now, 90% of the estimated vote total has been reported in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
According to the stats I'm looking at. And the current estimated margin is Trump up 2%. The New York Times gives Trump an 81% chance of winning Pennsylvania. And with Pennsylvania, once that is formally in the Trump column, there is nothing that any member of the Democratic Party can say other than that this has been a devastating loss. So I think we should just inhabit that reality. I know we're all haunted by this idea that we're going to be kind of counting things too soon, but it looks like pretty much everything that was considered knife edge or too close to call is going into the Trump column. Is there something I'm missing here, Emily? Are there examples? Can you find a single example of a piece of evidence that is surprisingly favorable to the Harris campaign? I mean, we had that outrageous Iowa poll pretty much 24 hours ago. It feels like ancient history now, which threw the international markets. I mean, we saw massive sell-offs of Trump positions on the basis of a single poll in Iowa that looked like Harris was going to be ahead. Iowa was called for the Republicans hours ago now. I mean,
Yeah. And so if we were grasping at straws, let's say hypothetically we were grasping at straws to try and find that magical place where Kamala Harris could find her hope right now. I'm sharing my screen here. It's funny enough. Again, I'm going to look at Wisconsin here. You see all of these red arrows. These are rural counties. So what that means is exactly what my source said. He told me this a week ago, that they were still seeing gains in these rural counties in Wisconsin. And look at this down here. Funny enough, the county that we started talking about tonight, again, it happens to be where I'm from, but it is the one county here that we're looking at in the state of Wisconsin that seems to have had any shift towards Democrats, and it's one. It has had one shift towards Democrats. Republicans are hovering around that 60% threshold that they felt they needed.
What have they put in the water in Waukesha County?
I know. Well, so here's what's interesting. The WOW counties, Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington. So that's all of the other versions of the WOW county. So Ozaukee went 0.1 for Republicans, stayed about the same as 2020. Washington shifted +4 for Republicans, still really high margins. But what Democrats were counting on is that they needed to go up more than 1 point in Waukesha County. If they wanted to win this, it wouldn't have taken much. But if we're going up and looking here at all of these counties that are, you see these red arrows, if they needed to counterbalance that to the point where they were winning, what they needed to do in counties like Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington is have the swing to like 5 for Democrats. They needed to have more than 1, and it wouldn't have taken a lot more, but they needed it to be more than 1. And here's Waukesha with 99% of the votes in. And I bet one thing that I heard from Terry Schilling, he's with the American Principles Project. I heard it from a woman in a local Republican party in a swing county in Virginia over the weekend. Trans issues, education issues, that's what they were seeing work with suburban women. And I mean, that would have been scoffed at a week ago by people on the left. But that is a serious consideration now in terms of why they didn't run up the score with those women.
And it looks like the abortion issue, which was really centered by the Democratic campaign, right up to that campaign ad that we saw earlier this week, which showed wives of people voting Republican secretly voting Democrat and giving each other a wink in the voting booth. It was a big part of the Harris campaign message. Abortion, women's right to choose, control over their own health. why do you think that hasn't turned out suburban women voters to the degree that the Harris campaign hoped?
Well, interestingly, they were very bullish on Nevada and Arizona because that is where abortion referendums were on the ballot. And they may not even make it through the night where we're seriously considering the returns from Nevada and Arizona because of what we're seeing happen in the blue wall states. So I guess the question is, when abortion's not on the ballot, directly on the ballot, do they see the same gains? Clearly not, because in Florida, Republicans ran up the score in ways Democrats didn't expect them to do with abortion on the ballot, and most of the voters voted on behalf of greater abortion access. So I mean, it just the question is one of the biggest ones that'll be asked over and over again because it was run on so hard. It was featured in so many ads. Could that money have been spent boosting Kamala Harris's Biden administration record on the economy? Not an easy thing to do. A lot of people are going to say, well, what do you mean? The economy is fine. Well, inflation might be down, but it's still higher than it was before COVID, when people associate the Trump economy with a good economy before the pandemic hit. So that's going to be a huge question, is did they put their money where it should have gone?
So now let's think about our international viewers. If people are tuning in on this early morning, it's nearly 6 a.m. in the UK or in Europe or elsewhere around the world. People who have not been following it maybe as closely will be genuinely baffled, I think, because of the reputation Donald Trump has outside the US. Will be baffled why the American voters look like they've just voted him in again. So let's try and answer that difficult question.
Yeah.
Because, we looked at a poll here at UnHerd very recently of conservative voters in the UK, and they were 55% Harris, and only 27%, I think, for Donald Trump, and the rest weren't sure. So, outside the United States, to many people, they will hear something about abortion, that he is wanting to cancel access to abortion. They may not have looked into it that much more. They will hear that Donald Trump is uncertain or not interested in defending Ukraine against Russian attacks. Again, they may not know much more about it than that, but that will also disqualify him in their view. And most importantly, people just don't like the look of him. They don't like his coarseness. They don't like his egomania, and there is a huge amount of antipathy towards Donald Trump around the world. I'm not endorsing or rejecting that. I'm just reporting it as fact. And a lot of people will be waking up this morning thinking the United States is a very sophisticated, highly developed, largest economy in the world, full of unbelievably talented and productive people. Its economy is outperforming Europe right now by an enormous margin. Why do they love Donald Trump so much?
Well, I think there's a really interesting point to bring in here from the pollster, Kristen Solstice Anderson, who said, I am seeing a lot of, quote, I don't understand how people can vote for Trump after gestures around at everything. This is how she posted this on X. And she said, a lot of Americans think things are out of control and think Trump is the person to, quote, stop the madness. And that is really interesting, really, really interesting, because in the UK, if you look at Keir Starmer's position on the sort of the excesses of transgender ideology, however you want to phrase it, Keir Starmer has tacked closer to the center in ways that you have not seen American Democrats do. I mean, it's just actually, as I'm talking about this, I'm such a loser. I'm getting very excited about what this tells us, because it sort of feels very vindicating to people who have been sounding the alarms inside the Beltway and saying, you guys are undermining your own ability to connect with voters by doubling and tripling down on these deeply unpopular sort of elite ideas that you insist are now the necessary component of human rights or whatever it is. And you're alienating and you're pushing people towards Trump. It's not just that people don't like it. It's that you're actively pushing them towards Donald Trump.
Emily,
and that may turn out to be the case.
Can I just jump in quickly? In the last half hour, we have had confirmation that the Republicans have now secured the Senate. They have 51 seats, so it does look like it's going to be a rout. And if Kamala Harris does miraculously pull off some kind of presidential comeback, that is going to be a big logjam in her administration. I just wondered if you wanted to react to that.
That is huge, because what that means is Donald Trump is going to be able to confirm the people he wants to confirm. Freddie, we were talking earlier about what a Trump administration would look like post, Project 2025 and all of these big policy conversations where in the last 4 years, Republicans have tried to put together an agenda that they can put on the Resolute desk in the Oval Office on day one and say, let's go with Schedule F. Let's sweep the bureaucracy and get rolling with all of these policies, some of which are so specific. They are actually what Trump could basically sign. They're at that level right now. If you get the Senate, I mean, the legislation that they'll be able to pass, obviously this depends on what goes on in the House. But if Democrats also, like especially some of those moderate Democrats in the House, have a reckoning on gender identity, on immigration, on all of those, on some of this, what we had Julius Krein talking about the other day, progressive environmental austerity. If you start to see moderate Democrats second guessing that stuff, this could be a very productive Trump administration.
This is a quick follow-up. What is the ceiling now for the Republicans? How many seats do you think they can get in the Senate? Where does it go from here?
I mean, that's a great question. It looks like they're going to end up taking anything that was sort of up in the air. And the Bernie Moreno win in Ohio, I mean, we just can't that is the bellwether. When we got that result, that told us what was going to happen. I expect that'll be the one that tells us what ended up happening across the board. Dave McCormick needs, I would say, according to professional Republicans, they were going to say Trump needs to win Pennsylvania by 2 points to get Dave McCormick across the finish line. That's kind of what he's tracking at right now. So it's possible that these are two incumbents, by the way. Sherrod Brown is a long time incumbent in Ohio. He has always been popular. Nobody thought that he was going down, even MAGA people. I mean, this is surprising everyone. This is not just a surprise to Democrats. What's happening in Ohio with Bernie Moreno is surprising. And the same thing will happen if Bob Casey is unseated in Pennsylvania. I think people expected that one to be a lot closer. But if Dave McCormick pulls that off, he's a close ally of Trump. He's very close to Donald Trump. I mean, it's just a very, very, very big deal. Another thing I'd add to that, very obvious result out of Indiana. Everybody knew Jim Banks was going to win that Senate seat. But at UnHerd, we cover a lot of the political realignment, and it's probably worth reading one thing that a source told me earlier tonight, which is when Jim Banks got elected, this source told me, Jim Banks matters because he's continuing the ideological shift in the Senate away from a K Street-focused economic policy and reflexive participation in every foreign conflict. These used to be outlier positions in the GOP Senate, and they still are, but the younger senators are in the mold of J.D. Vance, not Mitch McConnell. McConnellism is losing. Trumpism is ascendant. It's not the majority of the Senate GOP, but it's rising. So again, that may seem abstract and wonky, but if Donald Trump is actually in the Oval Office and he has a Senate majority and J.D. Vance is the vice president and he's heading up a policy agenda, he knows the upper chamber, he's very good friends with Jim Banks. They're going to get Eric Hovde in Wisconsin potentially, Dave McCormick potentially. It's just.
I mean, I just want to, to be honest, I just want to capture the complete scale of this at the moment. Because if we look at the New York Times Needle, we not only have Trump being forecasted to win 306 electoral college votes. That is a landslide by any description. But take a look at the bottom right, the popular vote estimate. Trump is actually expected to win. Now, he lost by 7 million votes to Biden in 2020 and 2 million to Hillary Clinton in 2016. So as you said before, this really is a complete vindication for Trumpism. It is in the total ascendancy at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And what it could mean for the so-called new right is dramatic, period. This is the opportunity that were salivating over and did not think that they would get, except for in their kind of best case scenarios. Maybe the map that they would hope for, but they wouldn't have bet their money on. That's what we're seeing play out right now. And it may sound terrifying to the left and to establishment Democrats and all of that. I would argue it's probably not as scary as they think, because Freddie made a great point earlier that Donald Trump loves to be liked. And we saw him, for example, even going so far as to try and make a deal on DACA, which was one of his signature campaign items. because it came up during the Obama administration. It was this big question of fairness for the children of migrants born in the United States. Should we deport them or not? He was even going to make a deal on that at one point in his presidency with Nancy Pelosi. He was ready to come to the table. So I don't know that it's going to be as bad as people think. But he's going to have a lot of room to run, and he's surely going to feel like he has a mandate.
Hi, Robbie. Can you hear us?
Hey, how you doing?
Now, is that a smile on your face because you've had a lot of coffee and it's been a long night, or that your prediction has come true, or are you happy about the result? Is it a result yet? Tell us about your feelings right now, Robbie.
I'm just putting on a brave face for all of you. I don't know that I'm happy about anything. My predictions are not all, well, they're technically intact right now because my last map was like a 270 to 268, but I did have Kamala winning, although much narrowly than a lot of other people. But as we see now, she's going to, in all likelihood, lose in Pennsylvania and Michigan, and thus the election. I'm not happy or upset about that. It's just life, and we'll deal with it as it comes. I'm, of course, elated that commentators who just assured us that Kamala was joy and hope, and this is what Americans were craving, and you don't have to offer a substantive policy agenda that they're happy with. Those people have all been proven to be, they've been humiliated, they're fools, etc. So that's amusing.
What do you think the single best explanation for it is? I mean, if you were going to sum it up, we have a lot of viewers in the UK, around Europe, people who are tuning in. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. They're waking up and they're like, whoa, this looks like a big Trump victory. Explain it to them. Why do you think it happened?
Kamala Harris is not sufficiently different from Joe Biden, and Joe Biden is incredibly unpopular. He's historically unpopular. It's not just because, one of the big reasons is because he is so old, and most Americans feel that he is not capable of running the country right now, let alone for another 4 years. So she improved on that because she does not have the obvious cognitive failings that he does.
Maybe you're having a cognitive failing, Robbie.
What's that?
You're the one with a cognitive failing.
Yeah,
cognitive.
Yeah. I waited to have my first glass of wine until midnight, so I can do what I want now. But the other part of that was that his policy agenda was unpopular, Joe Biden's. His inflationary policies and so many other things, the immigration policy, the economy more generally, Americans said, we don't like it. At no point did Kamala Harris run away from it. She smartly ran away from the progressive policies she adopted in 2019 and 2020 when she herself sought the office of the presidency. But she was asked over and over again, what would you do differently? And she said nothing. She did not distinguish herself in any way from Joe Biden. In a couple ways that has utterly crucified her, including in my home state of Michigan, where right now she's losing worse in Michigan than in Pennsylvania, in part because of, and it's true, and you can disagree with it, and I disagree with it too, but the frustration from Arab American voters over the Biden administration's Israel policy. Again, that's not my issue. I'm not saying they're right, but they're clearly furious with him and with her by extension. She didn't separate herself from it at all. Failure to separate from Joe Biden has killed Kamala. That's my take.
And, Robbie, there's going to be cope from Democrats saying, well, what did you want her to do, right? This is the big question. Is it going to be a situation where we see post-2016, the Russia collusion narrative start building and building and building and becoming really a cope and a distraction for Democrats who probably could have spent a lot more of their time, instead of fuming about the allegations of Russian collusion, coming to the table and saying, why did we not persuade voters in a state that always votes Democrat, like Wisconsin? What did we do wrong? Instead of sort of doubling and tripling down on all of the evils of Donald Trump and how awful his character is and how many of his voters are truly deplorable, we saw something very different than that. And Democrats now are, they can go to crossroads. You can have a majority of them go down that road, or, they can continue to cope. They can continue to say, Joe Biden dropped out at the last minute. It's all his fault. We never had a chance. They can keep doing that, or they can deal with some of this stuff seriously instead of running to censorship and copium over and over again. What do you think is more likely at this point?
Well, we know they're not going to do introspection. What they want to do is say this is a racist country, and so that's why you pick Donald Trump. But they're actually not going to be able to make that argument at all. In fact, I don't even think they'll be persuading themselves with it. If it holds up, as exit polls look like, and the data we're getting right now, obviously you got to wait for the real numbers to come in. But it looks like Trump has done historically unprecedentedly successful numbers with Latino voters, other minorities, particularly males, all those things we've been talking about for weeks that look like were going to be the case. That is the case. I mean, I have to laugh at Republicans a little bit. Their horror and fear over immigrant voters, the whole demographics are destiny. Yeah, demographics are destiny for the Republican Party. Trump has made inroads with this group and is changing the nature of the party. So Democrats won't be able to blame that. Clearly, he's a fascist and he's a felon and all of that stuff just didn't matter. Now, Russiagate is an interesting thing to bring up because I'm already hearing media people reflexively fall into that because of the bomb threats that were called into some polling locations that are being attributed to Russia. I have no idea if they're Russian in origin. I don't trust the mainstream media to say that they're Russian in origin and be correct. They very well might be Russian. I have no idea. We got to wait for more reporting on that. But I'm already seeing exogenous factors, outside factors being blamed for what's going on. It's going to be harder to blame the American people themselves this time because the coalition Trump has assembled is actually genuinely diverse.
As you can see, I have managed to fight my way back onto the screen. I was edited out. There was something you guys were talking about that I just wanted to come in here and emphasize, which is the immigration question. Because if you're zooming out and thinking, okay, what kind of election was this? What won it for him? It feels like immigration, the border, has to be top of the list. And talking about what the Harris campaign did on that, they moderated the language. It's true. They started talking about how she was going to control the border. So I wouldn't say they didn't move on it at all, but it obviously wasn't enough. And if the rest of the world is looking at the US this morning, the message must be that people are very, very anxious about what they see as an open border. And more than anything else, has led to this, what looks like a pretty big victory for Trump. Do you share that view, Robbie?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no way around that being the top concern of voters, the number one issue, an issue that plays to Donald Trump's strength, an issue that the Republican Party ignored or did not address correctly for years, was out of step with where its own voters were. And Kamala did seek to moderate on that issue in terms of the rhetoric she was employing. And look, she did improve on the Democratic Party's chances for winning the election. They went from like a 20% chance to win to like a 49% chance to win. And it looks like still lost, came up short. But by moderating on that issue, they did improve their odds, which tells you something. It tells you the enormous frustration the American people have, and that it's not just a racism issue. It's not just a frustration. It's not bigotry toward Latino voters or minority voters, that they share these exact same concerns. Even people who came into this country illegally share this concern when they're interviewed by people as they're coming over the border. They say, "Yeah, we got to lock this down." So it's not the idea that this was going to turn off Latino voters, that they were like reflexively pro unlimited or illegal immigration, was just always such a fantasy. So addressing
and ironically, even the result we've just had in the UK at the recent general election actually tells the same story. It looks like a victory for the centre left. In fact, one of the big reasons the Conservatives were thrown out was their record on immigration. People just didn't understand why they couldn't do anything about spiraling numbers. So from my point of view, if I'm thinking about what the global impact of tonight's result is going to be, political parties can now, of the left and the right, can no longer be in any doubt that Western citizens are not comfortable with these levels of immigration, and they want tougher borders, and they're fed up with it. I mean, it's hard to argue with that conclusion, isn't it?
Certainly, especially when things are bad in many ways. People, rightly or wrongly, blame floods of immigrants for various economic problems, for housing shortages, for a lot of things. Now, we can spend all day complicating that perspective. I think a lot of our housing problems we have in the U.S. are due to really bad restrictions and regulations on where you can build that are worst in Democratic-run areas. Those sorts of things. I want immigrants to be able to come in and work and contribute to the country, but a lot of Americans feel like, and are correct in some cases, that they're disproportionately taking out of the various welfare systems, or housing is actually being deployed to just process all these people coming in. And people are frustrated about that. And you just don't want to be the person to explain, like, no, your fears are misguided and it's actually all fine and everything's fine. And this crime is, you're imagining that, and the higher prices, you're imagining that. It's just not persuasive. It doesn't work. So it's not a good sell. Stop making it.
And apparently the voters were not put off by Trump possibly even exaggerating that. I mean, the stories of the eating the cats and whatever else, I mean, it didn't seem to have much of a backlash. I mean, every speech that he gave, he would lean into the evils of illegals and, the terrible things they were doing. And people seem to lap it up. That's the reality, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't deter them. I mean, there's just no voter in America that has suddenly reached the point, or reached it in the last several months, go, oh my God, I can't believe Trump said that. Well, now I can't support him. Like, there's just not, that doesn't describe, in our country of 300 million people, that describes absolutely no one. Someone who is now no longer willing to vote for Trump because he said something that alarmed them. We've already crossed that bridge. I certainly think he could benefit from being more precise about the benefits or costs associated with immigration or illegal immigration, because it's just better to be more precise with language. I don't think he helps himself by some of those things he said in the specific example you mentioned, but no, it clearly didn't hurt him in any way. Saying Puerto Rico is garbage didn't hurt him. I mean, like, it's just the truth.
Well, Robbie, can I ask you on that point? I think this is touching on something critical. It's that the cost to him of talking about cats and dogs and whatever else, and you and I talked about this literally the night of the presidential debate here on the channel, is the more that you're talking about immigration, the better it is for Donald Trump. It legitimately doesn't matter if he's talking about cats or dogs. You and I said that night, because it's making Democrats talk about immigration. And the cost to him is less than the cost to Kamala Harris of being the person who now is the champion of the Biden administration's border policy. She's the one, no matter what Trump does, there are tons of voters who are not going to think it's as bad as millions and millions and millions of people pouring through the American border over the course of 4 years, many of them with criminal records and not properly accounted for. Children have been lost in the interior of the country by HHS. I mean, it's been a disaster. And so nobody is going to, not nobody, but there are tons of voters who are going to say, I don't care what he says. And we've known that since 2016. At least you'd think that we'd known that since 2016.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. You can't shock people out of their support for Donald Trump, and he has made inroads. He has gained, as I said, among the people who were supposedly, according to the mainstream media, going to be turned off by his allegedly racist comments. It doesn't work. It's played out. People and I've been reflecting on this a lot last couple of days. People remember the Trump years in a mostly positive way. Everybody hated the very end. COVID was the most terrible thing that happened to many of us on the planet in like the last 100 years. That somehow is more attributed to Biden than Trump, although more people did die of COVID in Biden's first year than in Trump's last.
Yes.
But otherwise, the chaos, we have seen chaos on the international stage in the last 4 years. I understand intuitively why someone might say Biden or Democrats or whatever are a figure of stability and Trump is this chaotic madman. Sure, he says crazy things. I'm not some deluded pro-Trump partisan who's just going to defend everything he says. No, he says a lot of crazy things. But just look at the reality. The world actually was more stable for the 4 years of Trump. I'm not saying that's all to his credit or it's all Biden's fault, but our relationship with Russia, China is a disaster. The Middle East is a disaster. And that, by the way, has clearly cost Kamala and cost her dearly in Michigan, the association with Biden's Israel policy. As I said, things are not great, and people have noticed that. And you can say Trump is as crazy as you want and behaves in a way that is well outside the norms of American politics in terms of his rhetoric and his speech. But the actual governance, you can make an argument it was more stable. Really, you can.
Is it depressing? A lot of people, I think, I just want to, so that we don't get accused here of being kind of overly cheerful about this morning's results. Is it depressing that you can go to voters and really almost comically caricature the immigrant population? You can hugely exaggerate the situation, and you can really lean into a stereotype of a kind of populist just blaming everything on migrants, which I think is pretty much what Donald Trump has done, and you will be rewarded in the ballot poll. I mean, is that depressing? Liberals across Europe will be waking up this morning feeling that's depressing. Why are they wrong? I
mean, look, I think it's depressing that Donald Trump can get away with being very unspecific on he exaggerates the nature of these problems or their connection to like crime, for instance. Yes, has been worse in a lot of places. It's not universal across the board. So crime is also, it went up during COVID, went back down again. Some cities it stayed high, others it has not. In DC, for instance, it stayed very high. It has I live in Washington, DC. Crime, terrible, I can tell you, has no connection whatsoever to illegal immigration. It's not immigrants, illegal or otherwise, who are committing the crimes. So there is an exaggeration of the problems, and then there's not specific solutions often proposed. He tried to distinguish himself in Russia and the Middle East, the foreign policy stuff, but he's never specific about what he's going to do. I wish our politicians were held more accountable to concrete, like, well, you're saying Biden is terrible and he doesn't make deals and it's all bad and he's Sleepy Joe. And that's all. I mean, I agree with that, but what would you do differently? He'll say, I'll end the Russia-Ukraine thing immediately. How? How will you actually do that? And he gets away without being able to be specific. I think that is the depressing nature of whatever this political moment is, in that you can always just correctly demonize the other person because obviously in many cases the other person has done a lot wrong without actually offering a concrete policy contrast. Donald Trump has succeeded by being somewhat vague on some of the things he would do differently, particularly on foreign policy, from Joe Biden. And also he has proposed a tariff policy that, in my view, and maybe there's disagreement and that's fine, that I think would be very bad and is going to also hurt the economy in all sorts of ways, but we'll see.
Final question for you, Robbie.
Cry more, Robbie.
I knew Emily would say that.
I got one more question, then I'm going to let you go. There are two schools as to what happens next with a Trump 2 administration. One says it's going to be chaos. All of the most radical ideas that they've talked about on the campaign are going to be enacted. The world will be unrecognizable in 4 years' time. This is, buckle up, because this is going to be the craziest of rides. And the other school says a lot of the kinds of things people talk about in campaigns, when they come into contact with reality, the Constitution, public opinion, budgets, etc., tend to become moderated. And actually, Trump 2 may be kind of a boring president, and you may not find the radical changes that he has been talking about. Which do you find more persuasive? Should people be either apprehensive or excited about a radical new administration, or do you think it will be kind of, by the time it hits reality, much more of the same?
I think, and this is almost unfortunately, in some cases, the past is predictive, and I expect Trump's second term to significantly resemble his first term. Again, that's not always to the good, because there are, as particularly on foreign policy and some other things. I mean, I do want, as a libertarian, I want vast slashing of government waste and downsizing of government departments. And he had 4 years to do that last time, and he didn't do any of that. And I would expect that to be the case. So I think that people panicking that this is going to be radical, out of control, Project 2025, war on the deep state. I would like to see some of those things. No, I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be pretty standard Republican governance. Again, not in the things he says, not in the things he tweets. Those are well outside the norms of Republican governance. But in what actually happens, my prediction is it will be very similar to the prior Trump years and kind of normal and more boring than maybe than the media would like. Again, this is the best outcome for them. It's Joker and Batman. They need him. They need each other.
So, Freddie, Robbie, first of all, thank you so much. It was great to see you.
Robbie.
I'm sure we'll check in with you on the days to come.
Talk soon.
We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
We have a major update to share. Perhaps the biggest update of the night, and this is up on the screen right now. If producers can pop it onto the stream, Fox News called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump.
Wow.
That's about the ball game.
Do you think UnHerd is ready to call the election for Donald Trump? This is what the people are waiting for, Emily. I know our decision here in Decision Desk HQ will make waves. It may change financial markets, and we want to be careful about what we say.
That's right.
But do you now feel, as our DC correspondent, that we are able to say that Donald J. Trump will be the next president of the United States?
Well, there's a really easy way to answer that, which is to put this map back up on the screen. And we have colored in North Carolina and Georgia. Let's do it. Let's take the plunge and put Pennsylvania red. Look at that. Just look at the screen right now.
How many electoral college votes is that?
He is at 270.
Right, which is the magic number.
That is the ball game. And so he can actually now go on to lose the remainder of the blue wall. So that's Michigan and Wisconsin, lose Nevada and Arizona.
Which it looks like he will not, by the way.
Right. It's looking like the Trump campaign's best case scenario, where if you're looking at that RCP average, this is what had them so excited for a long time, is they were looking at the RCP average. I have it right here in front of me. And they were saying, hey, Trump is down, 0.3 in Wisconsin in the average. He's down, 0.6 in Michigan. That looks great for us. We're excited about this average having him down because he's down by so little, and every time he overperforms the polls. So this to us looks like the numbers of a victory. And it's right now, it appears that take was 100% accurate, that because he was either up a little bit or down a little bit, that polling error going against Trump, which it has, that's a fairly predictable thing. Obviously, pollsters have been doing their damnedest to fix that. Mm-hmm. Did not work. It did not work. Whatever they did, didn't work.
So the only question remaining for us this morning is, how big is the Trump victory going to be?
Yes, I agree.
At what point do we start talking about landslide, at least electoral college landslide? I mean, a scenario in which he wins 320, 330 electoral college votes, plus wins the popular vote, plus wins the Senate, puts him in an extraordinarily strong position. It would be hard to think of a better result for Donald Trump.
Let's go back to the map. So let's turn Michigan and Wisconsin red. It looks like they're trending in that direction right now. That puts Donald Trump almost to 300 electoral college votes, and he looks like he's going to win either Nevada or Arizona, but if the trends we've seen in all these other states continue, he's going to win both of them. So that puts him at 312, Harris only at 226. And let's just say he loses Nevada. Let's say he doesn't win all of the battleground states. He loses Nevada. He's still over 306 votes in the Electoral College. So one of the biggest questions of the night, Freddie, is going to be answered soon when Donald Trump comes out and addresses the crowd in West Palm Beach. He's not at Mar-a-Lago. He's in West Palm Beach. He's going to go out there and address the audience. I bet you he's going to claim a mandate. He is going to claim a mandate because he has won the Senate. He has likely won by the time he speaks. I'm guessing at this point he's waiting to see if there's a close enough call in Wisconsin and Michigan so that he can really play up this potential victory. I mean, Pennsylvania in and of itself is huge. He's won the Senate. He's won the race. So he can come out and claim a mandate. But if he's going to go out there and talk with a mandate out of Wisconsin and Michigan, that's an even bigger deal. So I think that's probably what we're waiting on right now. And the tone that he comes out to the crowd with, that is going to be absolutely indicative of what we see for the next several months as he begins his transition process.
I think he can claim a mandate with justification.
He might have the popular vote.
He might even have the popular vote. It may not be the most important point, but I do think we should make it. A lot of the claims that the votes were going to be rigged against the Republicans, including from Donald Trump's mouth, regularly over the course of the campaign. They're going to cheat. They're going to steal it. They're not going to let us win. We won really, but the system won't let it happen. that doesn't look like it happened, right? So we need to, the proof is in the pudding. It's not a very good rigged system if it allows for a massive Trump victory. So at the very least, we need to make that point that the system is, it's not very successfully rigged against Donald Trump because it's just handing him a victory.
I mean, it's a hugely, hugely important point to make. And I am told we have our next guest, Freddie, who will actually be able to help us parse some of this, because Donald Trump was throughout the day already raising warnings about the steal, about potential election irregularities, which is a really important point, because if he was down a little bit right now, we might have been actually even hearing even more about that from the Trump camp. So we're joined by Reagan Reese, who's the White House correspondent for the Daily Caller. And Reagan, what can you tell us about how the Trump campaign is now balancing a big win with, in the same day, raising questions about election irregularities? And what are you hearing from your sources about how this election transpired and the health of the election in some of these battleground states they were really worried about?
Yeah, I mean, Emily, I'm like reacting in real time to Fox calling Pennsylvania for Trump. This is honestly just not at all how I expected the election to go. In terms of how I think the Trump campaign is balancing this election integrity and how I battle and how I think this has helped them get to the point that they are right now, we've seen them make such a big effort, such a change, a turnaround from 2020. They've actually moved to make an actual election integrity department that has put poll watchers, hundreds of thousands of poll watchers all across the country in these key battleground states, as well as having lawyers on site who are ready to file litigation. And we've seen that all come to fruition over the past couple of days and weeks in this campaign, which I think has just really helped the Trump campaign put faith back in the election process. I think that's really important for conservatives to feel confident when they go to the polls that they want to be able to bank their vote. I've spoken to some former RNC officials who really felt like these poll watchers and these lawyers have made all the difference, and that this is what was missing in 2020. And so I think that is a key element that we're seeing play out, because they were able to nip the kind of sketchy stuff going on in Bucks County right in the bud. Same with Michigan. And, it's something that also, like I mentioned, important to key demographics, especially gun owners and hunters, which are low propensity voters that we saw the Trump campaign really try to capitalize on. It's important to them that they feel safe going to cast their vote. And now we're seeing those return for Trump, and it looks like he might have won the presidency.
Yeah, so this is huge. I mean, this is a huge question, is how are they feeling, period? Because actually, even I was, as late as a couple of hours ago, throwing shade at Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk, because reporting suggested, and maybe I was dumb to go along with the reporting, but reporting suggested, and from what I know in the past, honestly, with some insight in conservative world, not necessarily about Elon, but there was a level of dissatisfaction among Republicans with what Turning Point did back in 2020, and even back in 2016, what Kirk did those times. So it just seemed like the pattern was repeating itself. But what are you hearing, and maybe just even from your own analysis, having covered this, about how the Trump campaign is assessing their own strategic success when it looks like they're overperforming the polls again?
Yeah, I always felt that the Trump campaign was going to take a huge victory lap if they did pull off a victory in 2024. Why? It's because I think they really took a gamble on their get out the vote effort with targeting low propensity voters. They got a lot of backlash from Republicans who were kind of claiming that they had a lack of ground game, that they weren't doing enough, that it didn't look like what it looked like in years past, and that they felt like that was risky. And they're correct. They were going for low propensity voters. The RNC outsourced a lot of its ground game to groups like Turning Point Action, to Scott Pressler in Pennsylvania. And then Republicans were kind of disgruntled about it because it didn't look like what it looked like in years past. Of course it wasn't going to. They were making a pitch. They were trying something new. And now it has paid off. And so I fully expect the Trump campaign to take a victory lap. I've already heard from Trump world, from people within AFPI who are kind of pointing to those get out the vote efforts that they, worked so hard on in this election cycle as the reason why we're seeing this victory.
I mean, it's so hugely vindicating for them. And another person it's vindicating for is someone who got raked through the mud, mocked endlessly. And that was Laura Trump, who took over the RNC with Michael Whatley. Tons of infighting just in the last couple of weeks, not only in broader Republican circles, but actually, in Palm Beach itself, tons of backstabbing among La Savita, Susie Wiles, that entire crew. We don't know exactly who was stabbing who in the back. Reagan, maybe you know, but there were tons of leaks suggesting that there was discord inside the Trump campaign, which led people to believe that there was a weakness that apparently wasn't there.
Yeah, I was honestly kind of disappointed to see all of that story, to comb through that Atlantic story, because I felt that the Trump campaign was so disciplined in the first couple of months of the campaign. And that was so unique about the 2024 campaign. And I went around in the early months of 2024 asking a lot of people why they thought that the Trump 2024 campaign was running like a well-oiled machine, why there was no real backstabbing, no leaks. And they felt like there was no daylight for the first time since 2016 and 2020 between the RNC and the Trump campaign. Like they were actually running on one mission. And I think that Lara Trump, every time I saw her doing her hit, she was touting all the RNC work. And like you mentioned, maybe she gets a lot of flack. But that was something that I also thought was missing from the RNC, was telling people about the work that they're doing, telling people about their ground game, telling people about their election integrity work, because it doesn't matter if you have, all the lawsuits, all the victories, got rid of all the ballot boxes and things that conservatives are concerned about, if they don't know about it and they don't know that they can trust the election process. And so I think that's something that she did really well as the RNC co-chair.
Okay, so that's a very critical point, that the ground operation is always sort of different from what people are hearing in the Twitter bubble, and the ways that these parties, and that's both Democrats and Republicans. I mean, there were a lot of Dem ads on, we heard so much about abortion. There was a lot about abortion. There's also a lot on the economy, and there was also a lot of them trying to stanch the bleeding on immigration. And what people are hearing in swing states is different than what they're hearing on Twitter in the Beltway. So Reagan, I think what may emerge as the story is that the RNC did a good job on kitchen table bread and butter issues. And I don't know if you've heard any of this. When I talked to Terry Schilling of the American Principles Project recently, Terry told me that trans issues were working with suburban women for Republicans, that they were successful. And that is something that nobody was talking about in the Beltway just a couple of weeks ago, except for people in independent media. But really, the Beltway was not seriously paying attention to that. I don't know if you've heard similar things from Republicans who are making sense of all of this right now.
Yeah, maybe not on the transgender issue, but one thing I do want to point out on this, a similar note, is that if you read the mainstream media talking about Virginia, I think that they reported that there was a lack of ground game from the Trump campaign in Virginia, and that they weren't really doing something and making a play for the state, kind of giving up after Joe Biden dropped out. What I found when I talked to the party chair and again, the Trump campaign, that they were trying to run a playbook similar to what Glenn Youngkin did in 2021, and that they were really barnstorming the state and knew that they really needed to turn out well in Northern Virginia to make the race close. And I think that's really reflective of what happened tonight in Virginia. Similarly, on just the suburban women, and that I think the Harris campaign may have played suburban women wrong. Maybe this isn't suburban women, but when I spoke to a lot of Muslims in Michigan, one thing that seemed to not play over well with them was the Liz Cheney endorsement of Kamala Harris, and that they felt that that just showed what Kamala Harris's foreign policy was going to be on the Middle East, and that she was going to continue war and not want peace. And so I think that there are two areas where the Harris campaign might have had some missteps that are proving to be consequential.
Okay, so that's also very interesting because one of the things we've been talking about is how the Real Clear Politics graph for Kamala Harris and her average started dipping around the time that the Atlantic story about Donald Trump wanting Hitler's generals that soon consumed the entire media narrative for days popped, which is pretty interesting with what you're saying, Reagan, that as soon as they kind of dispatched Liz Cheney, I'm curious what that did to the youth vote, by the way, as well, which is something Democrats traditionally rely on. And Reagan, can you tell us anything you've heard from Trump world or just GOP world sources about anything they're particularly excited to tackle when they get back to Washington in January, as it appears that they will?
That's a great question. I actually told Sean Spicer, who's interviewing JD Vance, and I asked him if he could ask JD Vance for me how he was going to make the White House press office better. And so that's just my personal hope, and that they change that. I think immigration is going to be a big one. I've had conversations with officials at Heritage today about how immigration they think is going to be a big thing and potentially pushing the SAVE Act. Republicans winning the majority in the Senate, I think, is a big deal and definitely makes, border policy more hopeful for conservatives in a Donald Trump presidency.
It's so interesting. Well, Reagan Reese, White House correspondent over at the Daily Caller, thank you so much for joining us. It's a late night.
Yeah, this was fun. It was good to see you.
Appreciate it. Great to see you too. Stay safe out there.
I will.
All right. So we've seen actually this call from Pennsylvania. Reagan mentioned when she got on the stream that she's reacting and trying to digest in real time the news that Fox News had called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Freddie, it's looking more and more like this. So there's 69% in Michigan, and it's looking like Trump has a commanding lead of several points there as well. So the blue wall has crumbled.
So the blue wall is no longer blue. The blue wall is turning into the red wall. We had one of those here in the UK that political pundits talked a lot about, the red wall. It was a Labour Party that was red, but that fell, and I'm afraid that's now happened to the Democrats' blue wall in the north. We still don't know what's happening in the west, in Arizona and Nevada. Does that even matter anymore? I mean, it matters obviously for the people of those states and for the overall tally, but does it matter?
Yeah, so not really, because that's the thing. If Pennsylvania had been, it could have turned out that Pennsylvania had just been called for Kamala Harris. It's probably going to be just a matter of several points. And if that had happened, then right now we would be in a nail biter, waiting with bated breath to see what was coming out of Arizona and Nevada, because that would make the difference. And what we would be hoping for is that there wouldn't be another freak out in Maricopa County, out in the Phoenix area, where there was not a lot of trust in the integrity of the election. And you could then extrapolate that to places in Nevada. So, I mean, it's totally right now just because of Pennsylvania. We could still be waiting for those totals in Wisconsin and Michigan.
It's just Fox News that has called Pennsylvania. That's right, isn't it? We haven't had other network calls yet.
Nope, CNN is still considering it a key race. Decision Desk did project that Trump is the winner of the entire election about 10 minutes ago.
Right.
So that's something.
One by one, people are facing the reality of the situation, and it's looking like a huge comeback. Unprecedented comeback for someone who was really out. I mean, if you remember the weeks and months after January the 6th, when Donald Trump was expelled from Twitter, expelled from Facebook on the same day, he disappeared. He took to the golf course, and there was the sense that the machine, and I'm including the social media companies in that, had successfully expunged him. I certainly felt like at that point that it was very unlikely that in 4 years' time he would be triumphantly re-elected with if not a landslide, at least a complete sweep. How did he do that? How did he rebuild over the course of those 4 years? It's true, isn't it, that he kind of went quiet for a while, which may have been part of that story. And he timed it well. He hit his stride, reintroduced himself to the American people at the time that mattered most. And it seems to have paid off.
And you know what? Actually, we have someone standing by, Saurabh Amari of Compact, who's really well equipped to answer that question. Saurabh Amari, thank you so much for joining us. We're trying to answer the question right now. You probably heard. Freddie just set the stage here. January 6th, January 7th, a lot of professional Republicans in Washington are almost relieved. It's over. We've finally rid ourselves of Donald Trump, and soon they find out their voters are not done with Donald Trump. Trump starts slowly rebuilding. So if you're explaining this to maybe someone who went into a coma on the morning of January 7th and woke up now, Saurabh, what happened?
Oh my goodness, so much happened. But one thing first to highlight is the fact that Trump triumphed over all of his opponents that sought to be sort of Trumpists without Trump, most notably Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis. He barreled past them again because none of them have his magic with the Republican base. And they all kind of tried too hard to be kind of anti-woke, but without taking into account the other things that make Trump Trump. Like his support for entitlements, which make him an unusual Republican in recent years. Most Republicans are into cutting Social Security and cutting your Medicare, including Ron DeSantis. Trump is not that. And so Trump ran a bunch of devastating ads against Ron DeSantis. It's totally forgotten now because we're talking about the Trump-Kamala Harris race, but it's well worth remembering that he defeated a slate of would-be successors to Trump and Trumpism by just being Trump. That's one. And then I just think, look, for the past 4 years, there's much to be unhappy about living under Joe Biden, especially immigration. I think we will see was probably the important issue of this election. Of course, we'll have to see what voters told pollsters, but I would suspect it's going to be a huge issue. And, Kamala Harris ran as a candidate who couldn't credibly speak to that big issue. In fact, couldn't speak credibly to any issue because she didn't seem to have a worldview. She could have gone super hard left and just been like the second coming of Bernie Sanders, but that would be a worldview. And you'd be like, okay, this is my vision. I have this, She didn't do that. She just ran this kind of milquetoast candidate of the Atlantic's editorial board and like of Liz Cheney. And it just it resulted in, look, I'll be honest. I thought Trump would win 10 days ago. The past 5 days I thought of the campaign were so messy and then you saw certain polls, I thought actually she might just pull it off with a narrow win.
Yep.
I did not expect this degree of just an absolute blowout.
I just appeared. Hi, Saurabh. Like a magic trick, I've appeared in the middle of the screen here. Wizard of Oz. I was listening in there and you were discussing the Harris campaign. The one thing that I was not sure about right up until the last minute was whether there would be a kind of exhaustion factor among American voters. That when they came down to it, I thought there is a chance that Harris, okay, she's uninspiring. She seems like a machine politician. She's reading her script. She is put together by advisors. No one thinks she has a burning political talent, all of that. But there might have been something kind of reassuringly dull about Harris. I thought maybe people would get into the voting booth and think, I don't have the stomach for another 4 years of Trump. I just can't face it. Too much energy, too much rancor. I was fighting with my family last time. Don't want to go back to that. And yet, here we are. It looks like American voters do have stomach for another bout because evidently they are still so upset with the status quo that they think it's worth the turmoil. Is that how you read it?
No, I absolutely think that's correct. You could have, if you were of the type to think that Trump is exhausting, he went out of his way the last few days of the campaign to remind you of how exhausting and obnoxious he could be. He had that rally at Madison Square Garden where he could have pitched himself to the American middle. You're in New York City. He's not in some base Republican part of the country. And yet, he had a comedian on who called the island of Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory. He called it a floating island of garbage. He had Tucker Carlson describing Kamala Harris as a low IQ Samoan. Like, it's gross, right? And like, given normal calculations about these kinds of things, that was like what I described it at the time was like Kamala didn't need to pull an October surprise against Trump because he pulled an October surprise against himself with that stuff. That's Trump at his most exhausting. But the fact is that
hasn't hurt him.
Has not hurt him. And Starr County, Texas, which is the most Hispanic county in the United States, went overwhelmingly for Trump, and it has not voted for a Republican since 1897. So clearly it didn't hurt him. But look, if you are an ordinary person, whether you're white, black, or Hispanic, and your recreation center has been turned into a migrant shelter, your kid's school has been turned into a migrant shelter, you're competing with low-wage migrants taking your jobs with that sense of insecurity that comes with some of these newcomers, I can't blame you for being like, look, this guy says some gross stuff or his surrogate says some gross things, but I'm going to vote for him because he's going to stop all that other stuff.
Yeah, I remember a rural swing district congressman telling me after the Access Hollywood tape, the consensus in the Beltway was it was sort of like the Hinchcliffe moment. Everyone was like, whoa, this is a really dark pivot for Trump. If he ever had any chance, it's gone now. The Hinchcliffe moment on steroids. And he said he went back to his district and he was trying to take the temperature of the women. I think it was at like a bowling alley. And he said one elderly woman took him aside and said, I hear stuff worse than that at the tavern every single day. And she was way more interested in the policy than she was in the style of Donald Trump. And I guess, so Rob, this should be fairly obvious about Trump voters by now. But maybe it's also, definitely it's characterizing people who aren't part of the hardcore MAGA base. They look at Kamala Harris and they say, you're defending letting millions and millions of people in. I don't give a damn what Tony Hinchcliffe said at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, look, I think that's right. And I think, if you're on the center right or center left and you find the populist phenomenon distasteful, I think the lesson of the past, now it's coming on like 8, 9, 10 years, and not just in the United States, but across the developed world with Britain and Brexit as well and other, is like you have to answer the underlying popular discontent. Otherwise, people will look over things that are corrosive to our politics, right? It's not good for the rally of a major party to be like edgy comedy, because Madison Square Garden as a rally like that is not, you're not going to the Comedy Cellar. It's supposed to be a civic event that uplifts the whole nation. And it is gross that Tucker Carlson describes the first African-American woman running for president as a low IQ Samoan, which is just like a false characterization. But it's not enough to tisk at that. You have to like deliver. You have to address the popular concern. And like the establishment, especially the establishment Democratic Party, just refuses to do that. Often all it has is lecturing. But you also have to remember what she pitched herself to. The idea was that there were all these like Liz Cheney Republicans out there who, I guess their concern is what, like, quote unquote, defending democracy, fortifying democracy against populism. And just, who was that voter? Like, it just didn't exist. That was the premise of her whole campaign, is the Liz Cheney mob, right? Who was that? I'd be curious to know, like, how many of those people that she imagined she would decisively turn in her favor, she actually managed to turn in her favor. I'd imagine the numbers are few, actually.
Right. And how much does that potentially depress turnout among young people in college towns, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan? I think we'll be finding out in the days ahead as we look at some of these exit polls. That's such a good point. And I'm also, Saurabh, you're sort of in this world. You know the people in the policy space. You've been in high-level conversations about new right policy and all of that. Now that it looks like Donald Trump is going to win the presidency, Republicans have taken the Senate. It's even looking good right now for Republicans in the House. That could change, absolutely could change. But let's say presidency and the Senate go to Republicans. Pretty handily, the Senate will be in control of Republicans. They don't have to worry about the one vote thing that Democrats have worried about for the last several years. What does that mean in terms of who can get confirmed and what legislation can pass, especially with the context that maybe some swing state moderate Democrats will get their acts together and say we should come to the table on immigration, on the education, excesses of wokeism, whatever it is. What could this mean?
Well, a lot, because I do think, look, it's almost 2 a.m. A lot of betting markets are suggesting there will be the Republicans will have the trifecta, meaning they have the Senate, the House, and of course the presidency. And so the first thing is, to be honest, Justice Clarence Thomas is pretty old. I think he's 82, 83 years old.
Oh, that's a great point.
There's gonna be similar pressure on him as there was on the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg to get some fresh young blood on the Supreme Court on that front. It won't actually change the balance. I think it'll still be 6-3 in terms of conservative liberal. That's one. And look, immigration, that's been what the Trump-Vance team ran on, and that's what they're going to do. And I hope they listen to your advice in the sense of, Emily, of Democrats of accepting a compromise, because I think a lot of the actual serious restrictionists, and I think you know this, the people I'm talking about, who want to say, like, what does immigration look going forward, given popular opposition, they're willing to strike a genuine deal, including, let's say, okay, what does it mean for generational people who've been here as farm workers, et cetera, who are law abiding, et cetera, versus this kind of new wave of newcomers that is coming right now. I think there's a lot of flexibility, notwithstanding the tough rhetoric, to get something done legislatively that's popular and maybe bipartisan. And right now, Trump has the mandate to do that. And I hope there's a kind of compromise attitude. I cannot imagine them doing it, but are the Democrats going to go the route of basically trying to delegitimize him again and treat this as a kind of lawfare opportunity of just basically trying to undo the outcome of this election? It seems so unlikely because he won. It looks like he's won the popular vote. The first Republican president to win the popular vote since 2004, the second since 1988. If that's the case, are they really going to spend another 4 years listening to like MSNBC resistance liberals and resistance historians about how this is fascism and so on and so forth, instead of working to get some things done like infrastructure and immigration and so on?
Well, and so this is something that you and I are both pretty, like, I don't know what the word, like, focused on is probably the best way to put it. Control Room, if you could share my screen, that would be great. Elon Musk came out not long ago and said the people of America gave real Donald Trump a crystal clear mandate for change tonight. So we are going to see a massive victory lap from people like David Sachs, Elon Musk, some of the crypto bros, the Winklevi, people in that space. And does that signal a Silicon Valley takeover? I can't even believe I'm saying this, but a Silicon Valley takeover of the Republican Party now that it looks like Google has been, sort of trying to dip their toes back into the Trump waters. Zuckerberg seems like he's been trying to do that too. Is this opening up the floodgates to that libertarian crypto bro coming in and staking their claim on the GOP now?
Well, we've been talking about the Democrats, their flaws, their mistakes, but that's a very good question because it opens the door to get our contradictions that exist on the Republican side. On the one hand, you do have these populist impulses against, for example, immigration, against the entire kind of neoliberal world order. In many ways, the people you're talking about, the Silicon Valley tech and crypto bros, are extreme neoliberals and libertarians. And these impulses have been contained somehow under the same roof of Trump and Trumpism, over the course of this campaign. In a way, my friend J.D. Vance embodies both. He's tried to straddle both. He has this Catholic, solidaristic, common good side, and he also has this, he does listen to the techno bros, the tech libertarians, and those worldviews don't easily mesh together. But however, there are areas where you could bring them together. So, for example, I think both are going to be more oriented toward restraint in foreign policy. Like David Sachs and J.D. Vance, for different reasons, don't want escalation over Ukraine. So it's not all contradictions. In some areas, I think you'll see, but in others, there's going to have to be a kind of negotiation between these two camps that have helped bring the Republican Party back to power in a massive way. And I'm talking about, like, again, the populists, economic populists who want to be friendly with organized labor, et cetera, and then you have people like Elon Musk who relish in going after organized labor and trying to take an axe to the New Deal order, et cetera. That's not an obviously coherent coalition, and there's going to be interesting tensions for people like you and me to report on and write about and think through.
Could not agree more. Sora, before I let you go, you've known J.D. Vance for a long time. You mentioned he's a friend of yours. On a personal note, how surreal is it? You just referred to him as J.D. Vance, but now we have to refer to him, Sohrab, as Vice President, Your Honor, Your Highness, J.D. Vance.
Well, luckily not Your Highness. I mean,
but I mean, just how? Yeah, luckily not. How?
It's surreal because this is there's a guy with whom, like, I exchanged texts as recently as sometimes pretty recently, and a guy, I should say, who reads everything that the likes of you and I write or share on Twitter. He and that's what makes him exciting. Is, he's millennial. He speaks like a millennial. He reads publications like UnHerd and Compact, and we've never had anything like this, right? If you've ever I'm sure you've met your sort of modal or typical Republican congressman or woman, and they're just like kind of clueless about the world of ideas and anything like that. Heterodox publications. And now you have someone who is, at the Naval Observatory, the vice presidential residence, who keeps up with all this stuff.
It's just incredible. If you had told us 5 years ago that J.D. Vance would be vice president of the United States, I wouldn't have believed it. Sohrab Ahmari of Compact, thank you so much for joining this stream. So exciting to have you on such a wild night.
Totally. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. All right, everyone. We are nearing the 2 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, which means it's almost 7 a.m. out at UnHerd headquarters in the UK. Please stay with us, because this is the portion of the stream where we're going to be doing a live event to an audience in London. We're going straight to UnHerd headquarters in Westminster. Freddie is going to be back. He's setting up at the event right now. He's about to take the stage. So this stream that's been going back and forth between New York, London, and DC with our wonderful guests who have been all over the country is going to get even bigger, because we have a live audience coming in. So please stick with us. It's going to be a really seamless transition. There's not going to be any wait. So you'll just be listening to me, and then suddenly you'll see the crowd. So stay with us as we patch in this guest. We are so excited as we patch in this live event. We are so excited to be bringing it. We're also obviously keeping our eye very closely on what's going to happen with Donald Trump's acceptance speech, as it appears to be emerging. So he's planning to speak tonight. Kamala Harris, actually, if you were watching earlier, you saw Cedric Richmond come out and release the crowd that was at Howard University, very close to where we are right here. So any chaos has been diffused, because they said we're going to keep fighting tooth and nail in those blue wall states where, again, as we're transitioning here to the live event, I just want to say, if people are catching up in Europe, and if you've been following this really closely, as we all have here, in Washington, D.C. or in the United States, let's just zoom out and take a look at what the numbers actually are, because it's easy to get caught up in, okay, it's a victory, Trump is doing well, let's talk about X, Y, and Z. But let's actually look at where the figures stand in these various states. We mentioned that Pennsylvania was called by Fox News. Decision Desk called the entire race for Donald. A good update for everyone. 88% of the votes in Wisconsin, and I believe we are ready to go. On that note,
you have moved from stream number 1 to stream number 2. I'm also seeing myself on the screen, which is going to be kind of an interesting experience. Welcome to those of you who have just joined from Europe and from London. We had big audiences over the past 3 hours for our live streamers. We have been trying to unpick what's been actually happening. When we started at 3 a.m. London time, which was 10 or 11 over on the East Coast, frankly, it was already pretty clear what the story was. Those of us who have embarrassing polling experience in our past, I have to confess that I was once in the polling business, we were looking at the numbers, and frankly, they were kind of wrong, very slightly wrong, they will now say. You expect the entire industry to say how right they were, but they were wrong again. And as many people predicted, the polls were slightly wrong in favor of Harris, or underestimating the Trump vote. And that pattern was really quite evident from early on. So you saw Georgia, which had been talked about as a complete sort of knife-edge state, going really quite strongly to Trump by a 3 or 4 point margin. North Carolina followed suit. And the story across the so-called blue wall, those people who are here in the room with us in the UK will be familiar with the red wall in a British context, which has been going between blue and red. The same is now true of the so-called blue wall in the US. So that is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, those states. It is quite possible, in fact, I think now looks very likely that all 3 of those will go Republican in this election. So in fact, those, I think there were 7 states that were talked about as swing states. It now looks quite possible that all 7, we don't yet know what will happen in Arizona and Nevada, but it looks quite possible they would all go to Donald Trump. So actually what we're seeing, combined with the overall popular vote result, which now looks like it is in the Trump column, he will be able to say that he has a mandate from the popular vote, as well as something approaching a electoral college landslide. Add to that it looks like they've won the Senate, which was not expected necessarily, picking up Senate seats in unlikely places that were not clear. This is adding up to a very big Donald Trump victory. And if you're joining from Europe, I would guess that is a source of dismay to you. I know we had a opinion poll recently that we published on UnHerd that quizzed British conservative voters, and 55% of them were hoping for a Kamala Harris victory. Only 27% wanted Donald Trump. So we know that Donald Trump's reputation outside the United States is not positive. But the fact is, the voters of the US appear to have returned him, and handsomely. So over the course of the next hour, we now have a group of friends and members and supporters here in our HQ in London. We are going to try to work out what exactly has happened, why has this happened, and crucially, I think, let's start talking about what comes next, because the administration that will now be installed in January is arguably one of the most radical in recent decades. The sort of team that Trump has assembled around himself. I'm thinking of Elon Musk, who has been offered some kind of czar role, some supremo to cut wastage out of the federal budget. I'm thinking of characters such as Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. These are people who are not part of any kind of mainstream and yet are now being offered potentially quite influential roles in this new administration. It's going to be unlike any administration we've ever seen. We need to try and work out what on earth is going to happen next. I'm joined, of course, by Emily Jashinsky. We have re-established her on the big screen, who has been doing a valiant job for the past 4 or so hours, trying to cover exactly what this meant. She's our DC correspondent. Also with us here in the room is Tom McTague, our political editor, who has had, I don't know if you've had more sleep than we have, but you look fresh-faced.
Up at 2 a.m.
Oh, it's a wimp. You're a wimp. What can I say?
Yes.
Let me start, while we still got her, with Emily. Zoom out for us and just paint the picture of the scale of this victory and how decisive it is compared to what we thought might happen just 12 hours ago.
You know, I keep flashing back to the moment that I am outside the steps of the Capitol covering it being sacked by rioters on January 6th in the evening as the sun is going down. And Republicans are weirdly, and this is professional Republicans in Washington, D.C., are weirdly relieved. They feel as though they have finally been able to rid themselves of Trump, that they can, offload the Trump burden because he has finally discredited himself in front of the country sufficiently that they can move on. Well, it took about 12 hours, for some of them maybe 24, to realize their voters were not ready to move on. And after that, Donald Trump goes back to Florida, kind of plots his return. It seemed very clear, I think, to people, at least in Republican circles, that he was going to return. And slowly but surely knocked everyone out of the Republican primary, particularly if you start looking at polls as to when he finally pulled away from Governor Ron DeSantis, or really started to pull away from Ron DeSantis. It was when Alvin Bragg in New York started prosecuting him. So as the lawfare kicked up, Donald Trump started doing better and better. And by election day, he was polling pretty closely with Joe Biden. And then after the debate, that was a big dip for Biden. But by election day, his numbers, his favorability was arguably as high as it had ever been by most metrics. And he was just behind Kamala Harris in the Real Clear Politics polling average in these battleground states in the blue wall. So he was up a little bit in Pennsylvania, but he was down a little bit in Wisconsin and Michigan. And a similar story in Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada. So Democrats looked at that and felt comfortable. Trump looked at that and felt comfortable. Republicans said, they were nervous, of course, but they said, this is just history repeating itself. There was some polling error in 2016. There was some polling error in 2020. If history is our guide, this polling error is going to deliver the presidency for Donald Trump. It's not going to be a polling error in favor of Kamala Harris. It's going to be in favor of Donald Trump. And now he is looking at a Senate majority. He's looking potentially at a House majority. That means Donald Trump would have control of all 3 branches of government, and he has the wind at his back pop culturally, as silly as that may sound, with Joe Rogan, Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy Jr., the world's most powerful, wealthy man, Elon Musk, Shaun White, Jake Paul. You can kind of go down the list. People call it the brosphere, kind of in a way that's pejorative, but hey, here he is. And the wind is at his back going into an inauguration in January. That is for sure. He will come out shortly and likely claim a mandate. People are gathered in Palm Beach awaiting his speech.
And we will cut to that when it happens. Just so people in the room and people watching are aware what we'll do over the next hour. I'm just going to talk to Emily while we still have her. She's then got to go and do another interview. We'll then talk with Tom, and then we'll have questions and discussion in the room. Emily, that trajectory that we just revisited by Donald Trump, from having been removed from social media, pretty much erased 4 years ago, to now being triumphantly re-elected with an increased majority and with the House, with the Senate and potentially House behind him, and a victory in the popular vote. A lot of Europeans, and indeed people around the world, still don't really understand it. They may not be tuning in to the detail that you and I are, but what is it about that individual that is proving so politically effective?
This is the most important question that Republicans have come to understand very well, but I think a lot of Democrats really have not come to understand, which is that you have about 30% of the Republican electorate that's hardcore MAGA. These are the types of people that go to rallies, that watch, that buy the Trump crypto coins and are in that sort of MAGA cult of personality. The rest of Republican voters tolerate Donald Trump. So when he's not on the ballot, Trumpy candidates don't tend to do well. But what happens is that a lot of people say immigration is the perfect example. Kamala Harris really has become the figurehead. She was referred in the press to the immigration czar, referred to in the press as the immigration czar of the Biden administration. She's the figurehead, really, of their immigration policy. And people say, yeah, I know that Donald Trump is saying X, Y, and Z. I know he had a stand-up comedian do a routine at Madison Square Garden that denigrated Puerto Ricans. I know that he's talking about the cats and the dogs of Springfield, Ohio. But guess what? I care more about the fact that tens of thousands of migrants arrived in Springfield, Ohio, and are straining their social safety net, are straining their community ties. So it's the real phenomena here. I think maybe the best way to look at why Trump continues to rise is because the American left continues to get more unappealing to the country. And some of that you see in the backlash that Joe Rogan reacted to just yesterday when he endorsed Donald Trump and said, I endorsed Donald Trump because the left has gotten so bad, because I don't like the censorship, because I don't like these policies. So a lot of it is just a reaction. We think of the right as being reactionary. It's a reaction, but it's sort of like swing reactionary voters, just upset with how far the left has gone.
Just extraordinary, really, how little they have learned on the Democratic side. We were discussing it earlier in the night. Yes, there are echoes of 2020. There are also echoes of 2016. Those same pathologies, the same strange habits that the Democrats displayed so excellently in 2016, the kind of elite offense at certain topics that should remain taboo, shouldn't be talked about, the over-the-top outrage every time Donald Trump transgressed one of them, the whole sense of a kind of polite discourse that should be preserved and deploring people who weren't interested in it. They've just repeated it all this cycle, it feels like. Kamala Harris, yes, she tacked somewhat towards the center. It's right that in her convention speech, she didn't really lean into identity issues. I think you've got to credit her with having sort of learned that the extreme woke stuff wasn't going to buy her any votes. But still, the fact that they closed their campaign with Julia Roberts and George Clooney and Beyonce. I remember the 2016 campaign in which Lady Gaga had the final role, and it should have been obvious that sort of elite-facing campaign is not going to win Pennsylvania, it's not going to win Michigan, and it's not going to win them the presidency. What do you think happens now on the Democratic side? Do you think there is any chance of a sort of come-to-Jesus realization that some of these issues need to be addressed better? Or do you think we're going to see more conspiracy theories involving Russians or some kind of external outrage, more sense that these are deplorables that must be ignored? What is your prediction on the Democratic side?
I have a hard time seeing Democrats as a whole swallow this tough pill. I think there's a real deep sense that in order to do that would mean acknowledging that you believe, 50% or however many people end up voting for Donald Trump are necessarily, for example, bigoted. And that's the formulation that goes through a lot of people's minds, is that this is, how can you be so bad as to vote for Donald Trump? It would mean accepting that rather than accepting disinformation and Russian interference. Those things are still so much easier. So I think we're going to see actually a bigger war. I think, people who have been waging that battle on the left, a lot of people in Bernie circles are going to fight harder to have a sane policy on immigration, to have a sane policy on maybe some of these various woke issues, education, all of that stuff. But they're going to have to fight tooth and nail against people that don't want to go in that direction. And I have to say, Freddie, I feel like our coverage held up really well in the last couple of weeks. We had a Democratic strategist on, Chuck Rocha. He worked for Bernie Sanders. He's pretty senior. And he was saying something that was really showing up in focus groups that he thought wasn't showing up in polls was the Julia Roberts voter, was those suburban women whose husbands were voting for Trump, but they didn't want to say that they weren't voting for Trump, that they were voting for Harris. But we also had Eric Schmidt on the program, and he's a senator who had been out on the campaign trail with J.D. Vance, and he said it feels a lot more like 2016 than it does like 2020. And final point, a Republican strategist in Wisconsin told us just in the last couple of days, as always, Trump is still not personally strong in the suburbs themselves, but his appeal in exurban areas remains strong, and he is really gaining rural and small town votes still. So Trump, and that's exactly what happened. Trump gains in the suburbs and holds steady in the cities, making some inroads. So for what that shows for Democrats is they desperately need a new strategy, because they need to actually win back voters now. They now need to win back Black and Hispanic men. It can't just be, hey, we've given up on the suburbs. That won't work anymore on the rural areas.
So if that's the politics, let's look ahead now to what might come next. Because the financial markets, the central banks, the people in senior government positions, as well as ordinary voters around the world are going to be thinking, yeesh, Trump too. What does this actually mean? There will be people in Europe who will be worried about Ukraine. There's been a lot of talk that a Trump administration would withdraw or greatly reduce support for NATO. The proposals he has put out around tariffs, massive increases to tariffs of all goods coming into the US, has never been tried before. And if he follows through with it, changes the free trade settlement that we have kind of been used to for decades. That is a radical potential area. And you mentioned it, the border. We could be seeing mass deportations. We could be seeing a totally different approach to immigration in the US. Do you think those things will happen? Let me throw one more at you, just while I'm on a roll here. We mentioned Elon Musk. Something that wasn't very remarked upon that I noticed was that in one of his podcast appearances, Elon Musk said he thinks he could take 2 trillion of 6 trillion out of the federal budget. So he thinks it can be shrunk by a third. And let's not forget, this is a man who fired 75% of the staff at Twitter in his first few months and observed that the machine roughly carried on working as before. So he definitely feels full of momentum about reducing the size of the state. That's just 4. Do you think we should be expecting those kind of radical changes to actually happen, or do you think somehow it all gets diluted when they get back into government?
I would absolutely expect them to be tried. Whether they're tried successfully is the open question. I saw Comfortably Smug. I don't know if anybody follows him on X. He's part of the Ruthless podcast, fairly popular conservative podcast here in the States. And he's a sort of runs in Republican establishment circles. And he posted what some people might claim is just a joke, but he said something to the effect of, LOL, I can't believe we tricked the libs into believing Project 2025 wasn't real. And what's sort of amusing about that is, while it's true that Trump really didn't have anything to do with Project 2025, the point of Project 2025 was to have policies ready to go, put them on the Resolute desk in the Oval Office, and they did that. And it's not just the Heritage Foundation that did that. Other conservative groups did that. They started vetting potential members of a Trump administration. This is a years-long, multi-million-dollar effort to build the infrastructure that wasn't there when Donald Trump came into office and wanted to accomplish radical things, radical by the standards of the Republican Party, as conservatives would see it. So, yeah, they feel like they have the equipment to do that. So they will absolutely try, for example, to do Schedule F, which would gut a big chunk of the... Could you just
explain that for us? What is Schedule F?
So that would gut a chunk of their bureaucracy. So basically that would allow the president at his discretion to be able to get rid of people in the administrative agencies, the cabinet agencies. And conservative groups have already started making lists of people that they want to get rid of. I mean, that is a huge leg up. I mean, we're talking about dozens and dozens of people who are already on these lists. So I don't know that we've ever had a president come in with, and Kamala Harris was actually campaigning on that. She said, Donald Trump will come in with an enemies list. I'll come in with a to-do list. Well, I think Donald Trump has both an enemies list and a to-do list. He combined them and he's coming in ready to roll. So if that stuff goes through is a different question, because Freddie, you and I were talking about this. Donald Trump is, in a weird way, sensitive to public opinion. He doesn't want to be seen when he feels like he's in touch with the American people. He'll sort of be happy to be seen by the media as tough. But he was willing to come to the table on DACA, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. So that's a migrant thing that he campaigned against hard in 2016. He was willing to come to the table with that, with Nancy Pelosi on that at one point during his presidency. He's a deal maker. So, for example, on Ukraine, will J.D. Vance be running Ukraine policy, or will J.D. Vance sort of ultimately be trumped by Trump on Ukraine policy? I would suspect that it's the latter, and he likes to make deals, and that's what we saw in his first administration. So these are hard policies to accomplish. So I would expect that obstacle or that uphill battle to mean that when the pressure's really tough, it doesn't always get done.
So there's political reality there, which will obviously hold him back to some extent. But the point you just made about the fact that they've done the work this time is so significant, because I also went recently to DC, attended a kind of gathering of one of these many organizations that are there to staff up a future Trump administration. I think this was called American Moment. And they had a huge hall full of young staffers who they have been carefully recruiting, paid for by donors, training them into Trump way of thinking, inculcating them with the values they want. And it's just a very different world to 2016, where he didn't expect to win, turned up and had no friends, and basically wasn't able to achieve very much. It's a different world now, isn't it? This is a more serious, better thought through, more resourced Trump administration with a lot more powerful friends.
Yeah, it is more resourced. I mean, Elon Musk is a really good example. The pop cultural momentum, again, I wouldn't understate, because it just makes people more comfortable working in a Trump administration. If Joe Rogan endorsed the guy and he's on all of these, Theo Vaughn and these big podcasts, there's just something socially that makes it easier, as silly as it sounds, in DC to come here and work for Donald Trump. That's a big deal. That said, I know those guys. I've seen what they're trying to do, and by their standards, I mean, they've gone from nothing to, like you said, Freddie, you're training lots and lots of young people. It still sort of pales in comparison to the vast number, the swath of bureaucrats that exist not just here in DC, but across the country that lean Democratic. I mean, there's just no question about it. Overwhelmingly left-leaning, so you can fire a lot of people and still not really make a dent, even with your own replacements, if you have enough replacements. And so what they're doing, I mean, they really did go from zero, and they built something up, but it's still on scales, in terms of the scale relative to the bureaucracy itself. I don't know how significant it actually is. It will be significant at high levels and some mid levels. They will be able to fill some of those positions with loyalists. That will definitely make a difference. Will make a big enough difference to actually accomplish some of this? I don't know.
Finally, Emily, because I know you've got to go at 1:30. What is your prediction of what we should expect of a President Trump 2 in terms of tone and overall attitude? And we may indeed, during this session, we may see a Trump victory speech. It's quite possible, in which case we'll put it on the screen, of course. Even in that time, in 1 hour's time or in half an hour's time, I don't know whether Trump will try to be more conciliatory, whether faced with this big victory, he will come out and try to reach across the aisle to surprise people by sounding statesmanly and friendly, say things about how if you didn't vote for me, I'm still your president. Yeah, it's plausible. It could happen. Or do you think he will just be that same abrasive character that we've seen during the campaign, who will just be ready to tear up and drain the swamp and expel the enemy? Which do you think we should expect?
Freddie, I go back to in the early hours of the morning after Donald Trump's long speech at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee earlier in the summer. you and I were speaking as the balloons were still falling, and what had transpired there is basically what transpired during Trump's first term in office. When he came in as this former Democrat who still had a lot of policies that were more Democratic coded than they were Republican coded, this is before he really changed the party itself, I always thought, here's this guy who is a television master, pop cultural master. He really could, if he wanted to. If he wanted to be really moderate, this is a guy who could get the mandate. It looks at it actually like he's about to speak. He's taking the stage here right now with Melania, with a very tall Barron Trump, Don Jr., and Shaun White. Dana White. Shaun White's a snowboarder.
The 6'9" son you see there has been something of a social media talking point. The kind of MAGA online crowd are already to anoint him as the chosen successor in a few administrations' time. So watch that space.
Ivanka's there, by the way. We saw her like maybe once on the campaign trail. That's noteworthy as well. Here he goes.
Right, because Ivanka is very much still part of New York society. She really took a back seat in this campaign. Maybe, her presence is indicative of something.
It may be. It looks like he's about to speak. She actually decamped really to Florida and has been saying she was just burned out by everything and doesn't want to be in another administration. So we'll see about that. I feel like Jared Kushner definitely, at least informally, will be involved. That seems obvious.
I'm gonna tune. Oh, is he? No, he's not talking yet. He's not. We can.
They're milling around the stage, looking very, very happy. Jason Miller, who's been with him, Corey Lewandowski, who was brought back into the campaign.
I think it'd be fair.
Absolutely.
He's soaking it up. JD Vance.
This feels like 2016, Freddie. I don't remember. I don't know if you remember watching the 2016, but it was a similar time. It was like 2:30 in the morning. We'd seen Florida. We'd seen the blue wall kind of crumble, and Senator Schmidt's quote was right. It feels like 2016, more like 2016 than 2020. Here we are, almost in the same spot. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Although in 2016, he was oddly downbeat. Let's see what kind of tone he strikes now.
Here he goes.
We just up the volume a bit.
Thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice. I will tell you.
Yes, very nice.
A great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people.
His family.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories.
Should we leave him to it for now? Otherwise, you came all the way here just to watch the TV. I'm sure you can catch up with the rest of President Trump's talk. By historical standards, he may well just go on for some time now. It could be the full hour talking. That is a person who is just quite a different character to what he was 8 years ago. But if we can bring the conversation into the room, we're joined by Tom McTague, our political editor here at UnHerd. The ripple effects of what we've seen overnight will be felt in this country and around the world, right? Not just in terms of Ukraine or NATO, in terms of tariffs and the like, but also in terms of the political lesson of what he's just shown. I mean, where do we begin to think about what the impact will be on us outside America?
Yeah, I thought the way Emily spoke there about the sort of soft cultural power, how important that was, applies obviously in the United States. And I thought the way she talked about how it would just be easier to be a Republican in Washington is so true. You know, I was speaking to a Conservative Party strategist, and he was telling me yesterday that he thought the interview that Trump did on Joe Rogan was the greatest piece of political communication he'd ever seen. Just to go on Joe Rogan for 3 hours and just be able to talk and hold that audience. I mean, and it is an enormous audience. And to win his support, we haven't got anything like that in Britain. But you can see that the sort of that confidence and the other lessons that start to come from that. You know, so how to get popular appeal, popular social support out there beyond Westminster, but also what Emily was talking about with the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025. You know, this is something that the Conservative Party will be looking at. How do you build something that is beyond just a campaign, but is a kind of a plan, an ideology, I think we could all sort of see that there is a shallowness here, and I think they'll be looking towards America and the Republican Party and this attempt to build something on top of Trump or below Trump, however you want to think about it, that will apply here.
I mean, he's definitely remade the political rules
Absolutely,
forever. You talk about that Joe Rogan interview. I tuned into that, and I don't know if anyone else did. It was kind of wild. The first 15 minutes of that conversation was spent talking about the real estate of the White House. The very sincere question was asked of him, what was your first thought when you became president and walked into the White House as president? He said, well, the hallway is so broad. And I know about luxury real estate, and I've got to tell you, it's a good building. Very good building. And it was sort of disarmingly honest, because I'm pretty confident that was his thought.
Yeah.
And there's a sort of reckless transparency, or just sort of putting your strange foibles and highly flawed character right front and center, and just allowing millions of people to become familiar with it. That's what he seems to have done, and I can't think of anyone else.
No,
really.
it's so modern, isn't it? That's what celebrities do as well. You have to just throw yourself out there and be prepared to be judged and be confident. I mean, he also talks about cocaine, doesn't he? In that. He just sat there saying, well, what's it like? Is it worse than, or is it better than alcohol? Tell me, and he hasn't tried alcohol. And it's sort of disarming, and but you're completely gripped by it. And if you think of Kamala Harris, I mean, I just think it was almost, what was it? What was that campaign? What was her message? I mean, I think it's quite hard to even think now, sort of 24 hours on, what was the Central Democratic message? What was her pitch? Who is she? And you were saying earlier that she was sort of pitching towards the center, but it wasn't believable, was it? We know kind of who Kamala Harris is. She's a Californian liberal. That's who she is. That's not what Joe Biden was. The Democratic Party chose Joe Biden because he was their one candidate who could possibly beat Trump. That's how it was seen. He was a kind of old-style centrist Democrat. That's not what Kamala Harris was. And so this attempt to project something that just wasn't her never kind of landed. There was a total shallowness to the offer, I think. It wasn't believable. And it was a kind of story that the Democrats were trying to tell about themselves and their candidate that was just not believable, or in any sense had any kind of structure to it in the way that Trump's did.
So that's the positive. That's what we, should be impressed by, I suppose, in the Trump campaign. But a lot of people watching, I think, and a lot of people on this continent will be truly depressed this morning. They will see it as a victory for bad faith politics, for lying, for appealing to the lowest common denominator, for turning people against each other. So it is impossible to deny that his rhetoric around migrants was completely inflammatory, certainly exaggerated what was going on in all sorts of instances. And so, you tell me, should we also feel that there is something to be sad about this morning, which is, even if Harris wasn't up to much, at least what she was offering was civility in public discourse, and a kind of, that liberal ideal of retaining respect for the process and respect for your opponents and being careful with your language, all of those things that have been a defining feature of Western democracy. I mean, we got to have some arguments on the other side here. Does no part of you feel sad that his kind of rhetoric, Trump's kind of rhetoric, has been so electorally successful?
I suppose I just start from the position that it wouldn't be so electorally powerful if the Democrats had dealt with the issues on which he was popular. They didn't control the border. That's not, I don't think it's in dispute. There is a kind of drugs and migration crisis in the United States. It has gone up enormously under Biden. The figures are just proof of that. So I kind of think that there has to be more. There has to be more than just civility. You have to have a kind of a policy towards these things. There has to be a policy platform towards trade, towards China, towards the economy. These are kind of big structural questions that actually what's quite hard, I think, from here to just accept is that there was more substance, oddly, to Trump's policy platform than there was to the Democratic platform. There was essentially just a status quo on the Democratic side, apart from on, say, abortion, where there was obviously a real difference. But again, is that issue clearly wasn't enough on its own to draw people back into the Democratic fold. And also, that we have civility here in Europe, but again, is that enough? And also, below the civility, what is the policies that we are pursuing here in Europe? Are they particularly different on the question of migration or trade than those that Donald Trump is pursuing? Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission president, has a policy of sending migrants out of Europe into camps outside of Europe for processing. I mean, this is not that different to what Trump is proposing. They have just voted through tariffs on Chinese cars. That is the same as what Trump and Biden are proposing. So
perhaps the electorate has seen through the polite discourse, in other words, that they are prepared to take a bit of rough around the edges politics because they want change and they're not happy. And they're prepared to ditch the politeness in order to try something else, basically.
Yeah, and it's interesting listening to the language, isn't it, that Trump uses when he talks about "I will fight for you," and the way that Emily spoke about how his poll numbers go up when he was in legal difficulties, and so there is that sense, and I think it would apply here in the UK as well, that when somebody you think is fighting on your side, the more that they are under fire, the more that you see them not backing down, the more you think that they will continue to fight for you. We saw that. We see that with Nigel Farage here. We saw that with Boris Johnson. There's an element of the more you throw at them, the more popular they are. So I think there are so many lessons for the Democrats to learn, but also for the parties of the left here.
So do you feel like the world is now a safer or more dangerous place than it was 12 hours ago?
It's a really interesting question because I was speaking to some friends here and they were yesterday and they were worrying about a Trump presidency and their assumptions were that the world becomes more dangerous. We're more likely to end up in a kind of world war situation under Donald Trump. But I see if you tune into popular culture in the United States, the assumption is the incomplete inverse, that the Democratic Party are too sort of gung-ho in the war in Ukraine or elsewhere, and that Trump is a kind of less risky candidate. He's prepared to just say, I won't fight, in Ukraine, I'll cut a deal. And so that's
which do you think?
Well, I sort of worry that it's a bit of both. That actually, I don't share Trump's instincts on Ukraine. My worry would be that if you cut a deal, you embolden Putin. But that's just an instinct. I'm not sure. I don't know. But I think you could be both. I mean, somebody was saying to me yesterday that they thought the prospect of a war in Europe, there's now beyond Ukraine, is now more likely than not. And this was before Trump. This is the situation we're in. North Korean soldiers are fighting on the European mainland. This is an absurd situation that we find ourselves in, and I don't think we've quite appreciated how dangerous it is.
So, in fact, on that front, on Europe and security, there's an argument to say it might make us safer. If certainly our own defense is going to have to be fast-forwarded, whether it's centered on NATO or more new structures that come up, a bit of looking reality in the face by Europe is long overdue anyway. And with the President Trump, it's going to have to happen. So, keep your shares in Rheinmetall and the German defense companies, because that's probably what's going to happen next. What about trade then? Because it was undercovered, but it's pretty radical. He wants to put these massive tariffs on everything coming in to the US. In fact, on that Joe Rogan podcast, President Trump was saying, why do we need income tax at all? Can we return this is Trump saying, not in these words, but he's saying, can we return to a sort of early modern type of economy prior to free trade at all, in which a country's revenues were raised mainly through tariffs of things crossing the border and less through income tax? I mean, it doesn't sound plausible or realistic to me, but I have never seen it tried. You know, do you think free trade as we know it might now come to an end under a President Trump too?
I mean, I think it's already coming to an end in the sense of a kind of globalized economy where we just assume that everybody's ability to make money makes us all wealthier and all safer. I mean, I think that seems to already be going. As I mentioned earlier, that is not Europe's position anymore. If you take that issue of electric cars, actually Britain is the outsider in this. We're the odd one out. We're the only country that is not putting tariffs on Chinese cars because we've decided we don't have a domestic industry on that that's worth protecting. But the United States and Europe have decided to do that. So we are already seeing a kind of geopolitical blocks forming. How that works through, I don't know. I mean, I think the question that's absolutely fascinating is how this interplays with Californian politics and this kind of oligarchic politics that we're seeing starting to play out, and the interests in Taiwan and in the Philippines and elsewhere. So I think there are some data that's coming out recently that is showing that the United States is diverging away from direct trade with China, but they're increasing trade with Taiwan, with the Philippines, with Vietnam, with other countries in Asia. So it's not that global trade is ending, but it's kind of morphing into something else, and it's morphing into alliances. Are you allied with the United States? If you are, and if you're part of the bloc, if you follow the United States leadership, will you have preferential trade deals compared to China and elsewhere? And what is it that you have to offer? Taiwan has not just semiconductors, which it seems to have this lead in, but it also now increasingly is tied into the Californian AI sector. So I think that is another, away from Ukraine, that is another clear source of tension and risk in the world.
So potentially then, in terms of what's different this morning to yesterday, it's less that the world is more dangerous, or now suddenly we're thrown into this multipolar order with a reckless person in charge of the biggest power, great power, and maybe it's more of the fact of that realistic situation now being undeniable. So it's not that it's more dangerous than it was yesterday, it's just we can now admit how dangerous it already is, and that the person in charge of the biggest economy in the world will be thinking and talking in those terms of power blocks, alliances, any hope that these multilateral institutions, the United Nations and the rest, are going to preside over a rules-based international order and everyone's going to play nice. This is now really history. It was already history, perhaps, but Donald Trump certainly doesn't believe in it. Maybe that's how we should think of it. Yeah, it's going to be a scary time. It's going to be a tough period. But at least the positive is that we're all going to be speaking as things actually are.
I'm not sure Britain will be, though. I mean, I think we're like the last ones to cling on to the idea of a rules-based international order, and we'll be continuing to try to defend it, I think, unsuccessfully. But yeah, I mean, you look at the world today, or say 2 days ago or yesterday, it doesn't look particularly safe. You had Iran attacking Israel directly for the first time, or for the second time. You had Israel responding and bombing Iran. You have a war in the Middle East of an intensity we haven't seen in decades. As I mentioned before, we have North Korean soldiers fighting in Ukraine, and we have China continuing to want to take back Taiwan. And actually, the position that the Americans are taking is hardening. It was hardening under Biden over Taiwan. So I think that Kissinger used to had this idea that Trump was one of those figures who comes along in history, who sort of reveals things almost like accidentally. It's not that he means to necessarily reveal them, but he just shakes you free from your false assumptions that you had before. As you were saying, there was some talk in Japan that a Trump victory would allow them to be independent for the first time? Will they respond to this by essentially building up their own military because they think that they have to and that they're allowed? And Trump is the only candidate I've ever seen in American politics who has asked the question, well, why don't we just let Japan have a nuclear weapon? Why do we bother defending them? Why don't we just let them have a nuclear weapon? I mean, that is completely transformative in terms of global politics. But what does it do to the European mind? You have French diplomats who are saying the only way we will ever sort of grasp the nettle of European defence is if the Americans pull out, because we just ultimately we will never make that argument. It's too easy while the Americans are here. So who knows how that's going to, and whether that would be a bad thing? Would it be a bad thing for the Europeans to take more control over their own defence, including us?
Arguably not.
Arguably not.
Let's, if at the risk of sounding parochial, let's talk about this country with a President Trump.
Yeah.
What does it do to our politics? Because a new leader of the Conservative Party, Kemi Badenoch, might feel invigorated by this victory. She might feel like some of her talking points are being echoed and that she has a potential partner that could inject some energy into the Conservative Party. That's one theory. But there's another character in British politics who will be quite excited by this, and that, of course, is Nigel Farage.
Yeah.
In fact, I think he's over there right now. He'll probably be at the Mar-a-Lago celebration party. Who wins out of this, and who loses, do you think, if you look at the British political scene?
I mean, of course, the other person is, what does Keir Starmer and David Lammy do about this? I mean, David Lammy has tried to make these inroads into the Trump administration and has this relationship with J.D. Vance, apparently. But that has not worked out very well, or doesn't seem to have paid off in the last few weeks. It's hard to tell, isn't it? I mean, how it depends how disastrous or how well the Trump presidency goes, and whether it's seen by voters in Britain as a sort of warning or as a potential. Will he get control of the border? How will that? What lessons will that have for the Conservative Party? And I was speaking to this Conservative strategist yesterday, who was saying the Conservatives have just lost all credibility on the question of migration. They're not really able to talk about it. They just have to wait until the Labour Party to see if it fails, and only then will they be listened to. But at that point, first of all, Nigel Farage is not in that position, because he hasn't had power before. So it will kind of depend how America kind of is reflected into the British mind.
But that point about immigration, I mean, if this election was about one thing, it was about the border. I mean, Donald Trump led with it. He hammered it home. He spoke about it in every single speech. The migrants, they're coming. There's been an invasion, etc. And evidently, it really reached an audience. And people feel very, very anxious about it, enough to overcome any doubts they might have about whether he's a good guy or whether he speaks in a nice way or whether he's truthful or any of those things that obsess the commentariat. People don't want mass immigration to the degree that it's been happening. And that's obviously true in America, and it's obviously true across the continent of Europe, and it's obviously true in this country. So at the very least, we can have some... Whether you are offended by that or inspired by it, it's kind of almost beside the point, because that is now an indisputable political fact, isn't it? And it feels like one big effect of this result will be that across Western democracies, politicians can no longer afford to tiptoe around this. It can no longer be that if you mention immigration, you're a bad guy, and you don't talk about that. I think parties of the left and parties of the right are going to have to get real on this and realize that their supporters, their voters, wherever they come from in the political spectrum, there is a very strong majority in favor of much less mass movement of people.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch American politics, and then if you ever get the chance to just dig into the numbers that are recorded crossing the border in the United States, I mean, it really is remarkable. I mean, like compared to the UK and how they have changed over time, and also I think we forget that how chaotic that border is in the United States. We have a kind of small boats crisis. But just to think that border is controlled in large part by drug cartels and gangs, And that is that's just something completely different and chaotic. And you can completely understand if you were a independent voter in Texas or Arizona or California, why that would worry you and panic you more than anything else. The other thought I had, in Europe, is that what does this do to people like Giorgia Meloni or someone like that who's already got a relationship with Trump, got a relationship with Elon Musk, who is popular? She's popular in Italy and she's influential in Brussels. What does that do for somebody like her? And then what does that do to European politics? Because she's not Orban or I don't think she's yet got that status of a kind of hate figure. So will you see candidates like that emerging that are following a kind of Trump lead, who are not as toxic to the public mind, and how that then has that kind of Rogan effect of starting to change people's perceptions?
And even the guy down the road, I mean, we are 30 seconds from the back entrance of number 10 Downing Street. Tom McTague has reported, I would say better than anyone else, on the sort of intrigue and different ideologies within the new Labour number 10, or newish Labour number 10. And there are characters in that building who have very different ideas about how to respond to Donald Trump, how to deal with some of these culture war issues, how to deal with immigration. You've got to think, don't you, that a big Trump victory like this will strengthen the hand of the Morgan McSweeneys, the people inside the Keir Starmer regime who want a more, let's say, blue Labour or kind of small c conservative project against the more high status luxury beliefs crowd. Do you think that could happen?
I think that is a great question for the Labour Party's kind of deepest instincts and which are going to win out on that question. Because if Trump becomes, ever more controversial, here he continues to be hated, there will be that sense that, we should be pushing back. We should be arguing with Trump. We should be staking our claim to say that we disagree with you. We find that language abhorrent, or whatever it is that you want to do. So maybe it has the opposite effect to what it seems like it would have an effect. But if you think about some of the people around Keir Starmer, as you mentioned, Morgan McSweeney, they're very clear-eyed about what the Labour Party has to do to avoid suffering the fate of Joe Biden or, say, Olaf Scholz. There are quite similar, trajectories you could see to both Scholz in Germany or Biden. That sort of centrist, centre-left figure who is elected with a seemingly strong mandate, who then just kind of collapses within 4 years. I mean, that is the great fear of the Labour Party, and they're clear that the way that they can avoid that is economic success on the one hand, but then they look to America and they see economic success there that has done nothing for Joe Biden. And then they say, they're quite clear that they have to bring down migration. But what they don't know is, by how much, and how do you kind of own that? If you're thinking that the British net migration figures were something like 600,000 that they inherited, which is about twice the previous high in the Cameron years when it was considered too high. How do you get from 600,000 back to sort of tens of thousands, 60,000? How do you possibly do that? And also then, how do you talk about it in a way that voters believe you? And this would go back to this point that we were talking about at the beginning about Kamala Harris and that sense of, do you believe these people and what they are? So Donald Trump lays it all out. Everyone's pretty clear who he is. When you were mentioning earlier, how will he react? There's a kind of knowing understanding of how he will react because we know who he is. When he appears on Joe Rogan for 3 hours, you can't hide yourself after 3 hours, or you can't hide it very well. So does the Labour Party have language and a belief in controlling migration? Does it convince the public that it believes in it, it wants to do it, or do people think they're just doing it reluctantly? And they don't really believe it. So I think those are the kind of questions. We haven't heard that much, have we, from Labour on migration? We've heard a bit. We had Keir Starmer up at the Interpol summit about smashing the gangs and that kind of language. In his party conference speech, he was trying to use language that I think is essentially Scrutonian. It's a kind of blue Labour language that they're trying to deploy about love of home, love of country, rather than hatred of neighbour. But I don't feel like it comes from a place of like strong belief, and so I think voters can sense that.
Big final question for you, a bit of a philosophical question before we open the discussion out a little bit. Is this the end of liberalism? Okay. I don't expect a full answer, but it does feel like the flip side to all this. We say, okay, there's no liberal international order anymore. The rules-based international order is evidently crumbling if it ever existed, and now no one's even going to pretend that it exists. Right? Let's just agree that that's happened. I think it's an open and reasonable question to say, if the kind of political behavior that Trump has displayed every day is rewarded at the ballot box, what future is there for a liberal democracy? I think a lot of people will be wondering that. Can you have a functioning liberal democracy when candidates can be so fast and loose with the truth, can just make stuff up, can lean into the darkest instincts of their audience, can overtly threaten the system, can promise not to respect results? We know it's worth pointing out here, which would not be popular in Trump circles, but the system evidently isn't rigged, or at least it's not rigged very effectively, because it just delivered a big victory to Donald Trump. So, all of that talk, which Trump was preparing right until just hours ago, that the system was against him, he wasn't going to be given the true result, the system was too big and powerful. All of that, if that's the way to success, and European leaders and British politicians will be wanting to mimic that, does it imperil the whole kind of rules-based liberal system?
The rules-based international system, I still think,
I mean, internally.
Yeah, internally, I think
Western democracies.
Yeah, I mean, if you say like, I interviewed Kemi Badenoch the other day, and she would argue that if we kind of place all these kind of populists in one bracket, Maloney and Badenoch and Trump, which I don't think you can, but if that's the kind of idea, Badenoch would argue that she is a kind of muscular liberal, and that actually what is required is a kind of conservative strength to defend old liberalism that is basically going or gone. But that's also the Rogan and Musk argument, isn't it? That they are the old liberals. And that's how they see themselves and define themselves, that they are protecting free speech, they are protecting kind of common sense of free enterprise, that the Democrats were going to break up companies, take companies, or impose a kind of ideology on people that they weren't happy with. It's very hard to judge. I think there is some truth in that. But what worries me about Trump was that it's also hard to deny, I think, that he did try and steal the last election. He did try to overturn the result. Now that indicates a kind of behavior that is beyond a kind of philosophical debate about how do you defend liberalism, which we've been having for a while. In the Netherlands, you've had this for a while. How do you defend liberalism? The old, or in Scandinavia, how do you defend an old order? Do you need to be much more conservative and tough to be able to defend that? That goes back right the way back to kind of immigration debates.
So you're almost making the case that Trump could be a defender of liberalism. I mean, if you're saying they're surrounded by Musk and those characters who are there to protect free speech, etc., maybe there is a sort of old liberal somewhere inside Donald Trump.
I'm reluctant to go that far on Trump. I think Trump feels to me instinctively something different to the European populists. I think there may be different instincts wrestling within him. I think what is interesting psychologically is whether a victorious Trump who leaves as an old man, having changed America, having won a defining victory that creates potentially a new electoral coalition, that can reshape America. Like, he goes down in history, whether he's a far less dangerous figure as that man whose legacy in his mind will be secure, compared to the thing that he fears most, which is to be a loser, which he was in 2020. And so he hands over to J.D. Vance, who is a kind of, I don't know, he's the intellect, he's the sort of Trumpist intellectual, isn't he, that then fulfills his...
So Trump the winner is less dangerous than Trump the loser?
I can imagine so. And also I also find that argument more convincing in foreign policy terms as well. There's the reassuring argument about Trump is that he will never want to be seen as weak, beaten. And that will mean that America will hold the line in areas like Poland, or in Ukraine, or essentially, if you look at America's position between 2016 and 2020, almost nothing changed. The American troop presence in Europe did not change. In fact, it grew. Poland were looking to convince him to build Fort Trump in Poland, just move troops from Germany into Poland. He seemed to be very keen on that idea. He couldn't leave Afghanistan. He was actually more interventionist in the Middle East, killing Soleimani, the Iranian general, being quite aggressive. When he had the chance to strike deals in North Korea, he couldn't do them because the deal wasn't available, but he didn't sort of do anything radical. Actually, that is quite... So perhaps there is something in this argument that if you look at a character, you have to understand his kind of psychological flaws as much as anything else.
Let's take some questions or comments from people in the room. Does anyone want to join? We have... Yes, just state your name and... there's a mic coming around.
Is it working?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name's John Benjamin, former British ambassador. I've just retired after 40 years and can now speak my mind. Which is
well, you've come to the right place.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm here.
Where were you ambassador? Just
Mexico, Chile, Ghana. Yeah.
We'd be very interested on the Mexico border question.
Yeah, well, people are going to be passing the statistics coming out this election for days, weeks to come. But very quickly, just three that seem to be resonating most on social media so far. Although all the results haven't been declared yet, so far, Kamala Harris has not outperformed Joe Biden 2020 in a single one of America's, the US's counties. And there are over 3,000 counties in the US. She hasn't yet outperformed him in one. In Dearborn, Michigan, where over 40% of the population are of Arab and Muslim origin, Trump won 45% of the vote and Harris 15%, with Jill Stein getting the highest percentage anywhere, I think.
Extraordinary. Yeah.
And finally, on the immigration point that we've been discussing, in Starr County, Texas, which is on the border, it's over the Rio Grande from Reynosa, a giant city in Mexico. Trump has won by 16 points in an area where the Republicans hadn't won since 1892, and where 97% of the population are Hispanic. And a final comment on that, I'm married to a Chilean, and when she woke up at 4:30 this morning to ask me what was happening with the result, and I told her what it was looking like, and she has lots of relations in the US who've become citizens and therefore voting. She's been predicting a Trump victory on that anecdotal basis for a while. And her very profound comment at 4:30 in the morning was that, she said, referring to the US, she said the one thing Hispanics want is fewer Hispanics. And that is a strong sentiment, and the immigration issue will really, really now be front and center, and that will reverberate globally, including very prominently here.
So since you were ambassador to Mexico, and you've been saying your wife and you obviously have good knowledge of that area, what's your best explanation for it? Because it does feel paradoxical to the outsider that someone who, you mentioned Arab Americans and Hispanics, these are two groups who've now swung to Trump. You know, his first move as president when he first joined in 2016 was to suspend all visas and all visits from all Arab countries. You know, he's not thought of as a friend to the Arab world, especially. And the border is a border with Mexico. So these migrants he's talking about are, many of them, Mexican. How can it be that those groups inside America now like him?
I think, or to give you a good answer, I'd probably want to think about it a bit longer. Two immediate things. On the negative side, there's the aspect of pulling up the drawbridge behind you. You could say there's an aspect of that.
Yeah.
But I think one of the things I've seen at close quarters from many Mexican Americans and from my own family is that lots of people who went down the fully legal route and gained American citizenship legally over many years at great expense, doing all the right things, they hate it when they see people coming in illegally and getting benefits immediately of being bussed around the country and paid accommodation, and in a sense rewarded as much as they finally were on the route to citizenship from the get-go, while not going through any of the process. I think that's and I wonder if that has resonance here in the UK too.
I'm sure that's right. Thank you so much for that. Let's take another intervention. There's a lady with her... Oh, OK, we've got one in the front. There's a lady with her hand up in the back as well.
I have a question. Tom, you've been talking for a while of the need of new economic framework. Britain needs to think about what we're going to do with the economic. Now, what excites me about this election is that finally, we have someone that is talking about something differently in relation to the economics. We know that this globalization that has gone overdrive is not working anymore. So maybe if you can elaborate a bit more about this idea of, I don't know, national conservatism or national liberalism. What is how is going to plan and what we should expect about that.
Could you just create a new economic order for us in the next 2 minutes?
I'll try. I think the danger with looking to the United States is obviously the United States is so vast, so rich, and so powerful that it can do things that we can't. It can impose tariffs and still thrive. It has Silicon Valley. There is only one Silicon Valley. It has this power Europe, even Europe as a whole, coming together, does not have that same capacity. And in fact, Europe's ability to compete is I think getting worse in comparison with relatively to China and the United States. The United States controls the technology, and China is increasingly controlling high-tech manufacturing. Where does that leave Europe, including the UK? I think that is just such an existential question. I don't know what the answer is. I think there are some interesting things at play and potential changes, and that are going to be very awkward for the UK in particular.
What about UK joining NAFTA?
Yeah, potentially. One thing that happens is under the Biden Inflation Reduction Act, which is effectively a protectionist measure that's carrying on the Trump legacy, you have special opt-outs, carve-outs, for countries that agree a free trade deal with the United States. And you can have domestic industry. So in Australia, has certain industries that are treated as US industries for the Inflation Reduction Act. So effectively, they bypass the tariffs because the US needs whatever it is that the Australians have, mining in particular. I think it is in Australia's case. But what you need to be allied to the United States, a military supporter, effectively, reliable partner, and you need a free trade deal. Now, we have one of those things. We don't have the free trade deal. But to get to there, you will need to fall in line behind Trump's policy. Now, Trump's principal policy, let's say, is towards China. That's the great structural shift that's happening. And so he is having created a trade war with China that he thinks the United States can win, and maybe it can. As I said earlier, we are choosing to currently opt out of this. We are imposing no tariffs on Chinese cars. And if you think back to the first Trump presidency, something interesting happened where the Conservative government tried to continue with Huawei as a building our 5G network because they could do it cheaper, which is a similar challenge that faces us now with cars. We tried to keep it going desperately, and despite all the pressure from the United States to give it up. What eventually changed was the United States under Trump effectively imposed tariffs and restrictions that meant we could no longer guarantee the safety of Huawei's equipment. And so he forced a change of policy on us that we didn't want to make, and we had to ban Huawei from being part of our network. Now, I could easily see something like that happening over and over again in different elements, where the power of the United States imposes upon us a choice between the United States and China, that ultimately we are only going to choose the United States. But the question is, can we get ourselves into a better position than that, where we're actually getting something in return, rather than just sort of meekly following along? That's essentially a free trade deal.
It's very interesting, and I would say likely that sort of weaponization of trade, or the fusion of politics and trade under Trump too, such that we are going to be pretty much forced into close alignment, which may not be a bad thing for us economically, but that sounds like a very plausible prediction. There was a lady in the back. Is that Lola?
Yes.
Hi, Lola.
Dr. Lola Salem. I'm just going back on the point you say about, I mean, you're not the only one. Many commentators and politicians talk about Trump's propensity to be, saying lies and therefore be a threat to liberal democracy. But aren't the liberals themselves exempt from lying? And I'm saying liberals very generously, because I don't even think that the Democrats are very, very much liberal. I think lots of their policies are hinging towards more sort of illiberal progressivism. And we've had a campaign where a man who obviously has dementia, or at least is not well, was hidden from the public. Kamala was put with no vote at all for her to win any primary. And there were many other sort of things that you could, I think, called lies before, during the mandate, and probably during the campaign. So what is really the difference in terms of lying? Is it the substance of it, the nature? Is it the scale of it? And how do you measure that? And just related to that, doesn't that mean that at the very core of that campaign, the thing being exposed is indeed who lies and who doesn't, and therefore how can we report on this? Hence why the idea of the media has been so central, freedom of speech, of course, etc. But today, I think Elon Musk says, the legacy media basically are dead. The real media, the real marketplace for ideas, is Twitter. So just your thoughts on this, perhaps.
Well, the real marketplace for ideas is UnHerd, and that's why I'm glad that we are assembled here. And, of course, The Spectator, our sister publication down the road. Lola, I would not disagree with what you said, by the way. I mean, I was making the case that it's legitimate to feel a twinge of sadness alongside anything else at this result. But I think it's hard to argue that the kind of elites of the Democratic Party have been very liberal or very honest either. So there is a theoretical third option, which would be a true kind of more old-fashioned liberalism with honesty and the like. I mean, maybe that might come back. Do you have any thoughts in response to what Lola said?
If that ever existed.
Well,
I feel something similar. Like, I feel sadness actually when I open Twitter now. I do think it's occasionally it's awful. I don't know where these accounts that are clearly sort of anti-Semitic are just like filling my timeline. I don't know where they've come from. I'm not following these people, and I see all these awful tweets, and now I kind of think, it felt better before, but at the same time, it clearly wasn't free before. And there was, Freddie's exposed some of this. There is clearly censorship in the big tech companies. So again, which line do you draw? Which lie do you prefer to focus on? I think is a reasonable question. And your point about Joe Biden and dementia and clearly being not well is very well made. I mean, it was clearly appalling, and it clearly was an effective lie that was being told to the country, to the United States and beyond. But also, I think the systemic point that you were making, this has been going on not in such a blatant way. But if we look back through the Democratic Party's choices for leader and how the process has played out, I think we can see a problem building over time, and each candidate kind of getting worse from Obama, as in worse as in a prospective winner of an election, and it becoming seemingly less democratic or seemingly tilted in the establishment's favor within the Democratic Party, to a point where you have Biden as the only candidate who's supposed to be passing on the baton to the next generation, but there doesn't then seem to be a next generation coming in his wake, and so it ends up being sort of stitched up for Kamala right at the end.
Let's take one more question or comment, and then please help yourselves to breakfast. Because we have become live stream addicts and suckers for punishment, I'm going to go next door and carry on live streaming with Emily. Just can't get enough of this. Let's take maybe these two questions at the back, so we get a couple of things to respond to.
Bring it back to UK domestic politics for a moment. This Starmer government obviously has a challenge on its hands, fostering good relationship with this new presidency, in light of accusations of external influence from the Labour Party in the run-up, and also some of the comments from this cabinet as well, which are pretty disparaging about Trump in recent history, and then the potential role Elon Musk might play in this presidency as well. Starmer's obviously had his run-in recently with Musk. But really it's about this new Labour Party intake. Their kind of first thought will be pushing back against this Trump presidency. I think that's their first instinct. How do you think Starmer will kind of keep a lid on that and manage that friction? His government is obviously fundamentally pragmatic. So I think we'll obviously want to foster that relations, but those new kind of bright-eyed, bushy-tailed parliamentarians might be thinking differently.
Great. Let's take the other question as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I was wondering where you think the next step is for the Democratic Party. You know, their coalition has not held up in this election. What are they going to do next? You know, you think about their coalition and the kind of policies that have upheld that. I'm thinking of DEI, for instance. You know, I saw this recent New York Times investigation which said the University of Michigan spent $300 million on DEI in the last few years. You know, they've invested so much in upholding this coalition. You know, what are they going to do now? Are they going to drop all that? What do you see from them?
Could I just say one thing on that, which is and Emily mentioned it at the start, the level of self-delusion that is still at large in the Democratic Party that I've experienced just from knowing people is still huge. You know, the messages yesterday were all, "We got this." That's what was happening on my feeds. Not just delusion about the political reality and whether they would be successful, but the impact of all of these things, DEI and the rest. So I feel like it has tapered off from the highs of 2020, 2021. You did notice that those kind of identity questions were less central to the Harris campaign, and she apparently made an effort. But if they're not for that,
has ever been before. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome. Hopefully welcome back to the live stream. We have been going on a marathon. I'm Emily Jashinsky. I am the DC correspondent here at UnHerd. We are in the Washington Bureau and joined by UnHerd newsroom editor James Billow, who is in the Brooklyn newsroom of UnHerd. He's holding down the fort up there.
The new GOP hotbed.
Right. Yes, of course. And what we just saw, although James, you can probably talk and reflect a little bit on going to the rally in the Bronx, going to the Tucker Carlson Arena show in Pennsylvania. You've traveled a bit and saw sort of what played out in the numbers tonight, play out live before we knew exactly how it would translate into votes. But what you just saw was a clip of Donald Trump's acceptance speech, where he said that America's future will be, quote, bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it ever has been before. Very, very unsurprising, but interesting. He does often in these big moments work very hard to emphasize a unifying tone. It ends up then getting a little mangled sometimes when he goes off script and
he weaves, Emily. He weaves.
He weaves. He sure does weave. And James, I understand that there are a couple of trends that you've been watching that you think we should probably zoom in on here. So what have you got for us?
Well, I think just confirmation of this further trend that this has been a complete rout. And I think the biggest and most surprising takeaway, well, maybe not surprising, is the fact that there is not one single county across the whole of the United States of America, as voting stands, in which Kamala Harris overperformed Joe Biden in 2020. To me, that is shocking, and it just goes to show the scale of her defeat in this election. Now, I'd just like to follow that up by saying a lot of these deep blue states, yes, they stayed blue, but the margins are really shrinking on the Democrat side. So let me just pull out a couple of states. New York, now we saw every single borough, including my own one of Brooklyn, go up by at least a few points. In places like Staten Island, Queen, those outer boroughs where, you're right, I did see the Trump Bronx rally and all this taking place, and he did huge numbers there and huge gains. And this is largely driven by Latinos, Black men, other ethnic minorities, huge difference. But the margin of Kamala Harris's victory in New York was smaller than Donald Trump's in Florida. And that just goes to show just how much he's closing the gap here. And again, across the whole of the deep blue America, you're seeing these incremental and sometimes substantial gains being taken. And it's just really quite astonishing given where we are at the moment.
Yeah, and one thing that I just went and looked up recently because I was curious. I figured, and actually I've been talking to Zed Jelani, someone who's written for us at UnHerd, who was just speculating a little bit. We don't have the full picture so far, but about what may have happened in Michigan. And if you look at the vote, we call it the youth vote. It's really 18 to 29, so not just youths. But Washington Post's exit poll shows Donald Trump winning the youth vote. Now, to my memory, the only Republican president the last Republican president in recent history that actually won the youth vote was Ronald Reagan in 1984. Now, I mean, this is, if you're running Mitt Romney, if you're running Ron DeSantis, the idea of a Republican winning the youth vote in a state like Michigan, it's a really heavy college state, a lot of schools in Michigan. And what that makes you wonder is if foreign policy, fundamentally, Michigan, you have concentrations of Arab American voters. Maybe it's not a college campus thing so much it is younger Muslim Americans in Michigan swinging for Donald Trump, in which case, out of anger towards Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's policy towards Israel. Now, one thing that would be interesting about that is it wouldn't be durable probably after Trump. He also appears to have basically split the youth vote in Wisconsin and North Carolina. We will learn more in the days to come about how much that had to do with protest votes, or if it's actually a trend where he has been doing well with young men. Period. Just end of story. He's been doing well with young men for a Republican. So I don't know, James. What do you make of those numbers? Very, very, very interesting.
Those are striking numbers, and it's a trend we're seeing across the Western world. The Zoomer generation, Generation Z, is very much flipping back on millennials and drifting right. We're seeing it across Europe, we're seeing it in the UK, and we have seen it in the US. Now, what's also interesting is that we're going to see a lot of nitpicking on the Democratic side, or saying, oh, Jill Stein might have chipped a few votes away here, or we really should have done more on the Palestine issue in places like Michigan. But frankly, the fundamentals do not change just how big a victory this was. It was the scale of defeat. So we're talking inflation, we're talking about the border, we're talking about wars, but you can't just isolate one particular micro cause to sort of extrapolate the scale of this defeat. It really is quite shocking.
I mean, it's and when you go into the Washington Post exit polls even further, I hear Freddie just appeared.
I've done my trick again, where I suddenly appear in the middle of the screen, like parting a curtain.
Freddie, have you had in your magical ways the ability to look at any exit polls yet? We were just talking about how Washington Post exit poll shows Trump basically winning the youth vote in Michigan and essentially splitting it in North Carolina and Wisconsin. Again, that's exit poll numbers. But have you had a chance to sort of parse?
I have not. I've just come off the stage of our little event in the club, so I have not. But it was interesting just talking with the Brits who came to find out what was happening, how open-minded I thought they were. Like, it may be a selection bias, the people who've come to an UnHerd event, but we had a former ambassador there in our audience who was the British ambassador to Mexico. He'd been ambassador to a number of other countries. He was the first person to ask a question, and he was saying that his wife, who is of Chilean extraction, was totally predicting it, totally expected it, and he's not surprised at all by the result and by the fact that the Hispanic vote has gone so much towards Trump. He had some really interesting reasons for that. My experience, and it might now evolve over the coming days, is that there is a lot more kind of interest in the Trump project. It's become much less interesting to just be scandalized by it, throw your hands up in the air and say, you know, how could this awful thing happen? I'm noticing that people who might have been like that 8 years ago are now taking this result in a slightly different way, with a little bit more sincerity and introspection, and trying to understand, okay, they voted for him again now. It wasn't an aberration. It wasn't a freak occurrence in 2016 that the world then recovered from. They want him back. So it really behoves everybody, whatever their politics, to pay attention to it and to show some genuine curiosity about why these people, the majority, it looks like, of voters in the US, have signed up for this program.
Yeah, James, you know, that's such an interesting point, because in Brooklyn in 2016, you would actually be able to hear the cries echoing into your apartment. And that doesn't seem to be the case right now.
Can you hear the cries, James? Have you put your head out the window yet?
But I think that was unrelated, so we'll put that to one side.
Oh dear, oh god.
Jeez. Well, we didn't hear any here, and we're down the street from where Kamala's victory party was supposed to happen at Howard University. There were a lot of police around DC, a lot of stores actually boarded up. But to Freddie's point about the introspection, you know, as you're looking at the left right now, James, are you seeing a different reaction? I'm skeptical that that'll endure long term, but long term, I mean, next couple weeks. But what do you think?
Yeah. I mean, it's something that I experienced actually when I joined or reported on an Israel-Palestine march going down downtown Manhattan a few weeks ago. And there was a real sense of fatigue that seemed to just set in on the leftist movement. Whether that's reflective of progressives as a whole remains to be seen. But the point being is that there is fatigue, and it's not the same shocking victory that we had in 2016. Okay, the scale might be, but people are a little bit more psychologically prepared for another Trump term than they were. He's a known entity. They know what's coming. And frankly, Democrats are disappointed. They didn't have a good candidate to put up to him. And I think the same goes to the progressives, who are already pretty tired by the whole Palestine issue. They felt burnt out. And I just get the sense in Brooklyn, people just want a break. And maybe Trump's the one to do exactly that.
Vote Trump for a break. And that's a This is the unorthodox take. I think Trump might just be an alt-center moderate candidate, and I think people are going to be quite surprised by just how normal it is. He is the return to normal candidate. You had 2 foreign wars under Biden, inflation soaring, border going wild. I mean, it might just be that Trump's like, let's stop the madness. And that's exactly what Biden was meant to do in 2020, and the reverse happened.
Yeah. Well, the gender gap that we heard, one strategist told me this can be the largest gender gap ever. I mean, look at these numbers from the Washington Post exit poll. Men 44% for Harris, and then women 44% for Trump. It's the exact mirror image. And then you flip it, 54% men for Trump and 54% women for Kamala Harris. I mean, this is a remarkable mirror image of the two sexes. And obviously there's been so much made of, Kamala Harris going on Call Her Daddy and Donald Trump going on Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and being on with the Nelk Boys and all of that. But it actually did pan out. I mean, this turned out to be the case. It was the gender gap election.
Well, and the point you just made about the young people there, what we've put on the screen is that same exit poll looking at age breaks. The group that voted most for, what are we looking? Yeah, Harris. So she got 55% of young people against 42%. I'd love to see a comparison of that with 2020. My guess is it was more than 55% last time. So even in that demographic, he's made inroads.
Yeah, that's significant. I mean, and if we can scroll up on that graphic, let's pause right there. Look at this. Here we have the Republican candidate. In these exit polls, 45% of the Hispanic/Latino vote. I mean, these are numbers that, Mitt Romney would have begged for. It doesn't look in this exit poll like we can see massive inroads with the black vote. It may turn out that that's more localized, but I mean, just look at that overall. But look at Michigan, 62%. I mean, there's something going on in Michigan. Bear in mind that there were a lot of layoffs because of green energy policies and EVs just not selling very well. That's a particularly brutal one for Michigan, is electric vehicles, where a lot of them were being made outside Detroit. It wasn't doing well, so there were a lot of layoffs. It's hard to sell EVs in the United States right now, and you can understand why non-college educated men would be behind some of the shifts in these numbers. That's probably explaining why something in Michigan is going on there.
And in
Maybe
Michigan,
it's
that is a huge swing. I mean, Biden won that by 11 points in 2020, and similarly in Pennsylvania, it was, what is it now? We've got 57-42. Well, Biden beat Trump by 42 points in 2020, so these really are quite staggering about turns.
Guys, I know that you've been up for quite a few hours now. At some point, we are going to have to call an end to our live stream. We could just carry on live streaming until we drop dead.
We could play video games.
It's been quite an experience. I mean, let's just look back on it. When we turned up in the early hours of the morning here in London, and in your case, later in the evening, things were not yet clear, but there was already the signs were there pretty early, weren't they? The thing that so many people have said about this election is there's going to be knife edge. You're not going to hear a result for months. It's going to be disputed. Well, that didn't happen.
I mean, that's really what I thought.
It was actually a pretty straightforward victory, and a clear one.
One thing you heard people saying in the States over and over for the last couple of months is, I just hope someone wins by a lot because I want it to be over with. They didn't want 2020. They didn't want January 6th. They just wanted someone to win definitively. And I think everyone expected the likeliest scenario would be a definitive Democratic win, whether it was Joe Biden at the time several months ago or Kamala Harris now. And I mean, I'm going to be honest, I really expected, and as we came in to the studio, Freddie, I was still looking at these numbers, and not only did I feel there was a path for her, I felt like it was too early for Republicans to be celebrating, because the blue wall does turn out for Democrats, but we saw a seismic, I really mean that, a seismic shift in the electorate. We're looking at some of these numbers in Michigan, for example, Hispanic voters. We knew that there would be some movement. We didn't know that there would be this significant movement in all of the places. We thought there would be a little here and there. Some of it would be really significant, but what we saw is across the board, a failure of Democrats and a success on behalf of Republicans. So that's, earlier it still could have gone Kamala's direction, but it swung so far in the other way that right now it's definitive.
Which, look, if we are looking for positive notes to conclude on that also include people who may hate Trump or may feel passionately that he is a bad direction for the country and for the world, at the very least, the fact that it is a clear result is, no matter what your politics, a good thing. It will mean confidence from business. It will mean we don't get the kind of legal challenges, the endless accusations of wrongdoing. The electoral system will survive to another day after this because it's a clean result, and it means we know what there will be all sorts of new challenges, but that sort of nightmare scenario was avoided.
And it has been a relief to see the likes of Mark Cuban, Anthony Scaramucci, all of the bête noirs of Trump actually congratulating the now president and saying good luck. And I hope some of that magnanimity will continue on through the next few days. I will be tuning into The View and Morning Joe tomorrow to see how they're handling it, but I'm not quite as optimistic, but we shall see.
Well, Morning Joe's waking up just about right now. We only have a couple hours to wait until they get started. So,
well, I'll be setting my alarm for that. Emily Jashinsky, James Billow, thank you both so much. This was a wild ride. Our job now, I think, is to understand what this new administration is going to be like. Both what is its impact going to be inside the US, but also for the rest of us outside, the rest of the world. What happens next? This unusual group he has around him, this very radical agenda. How much of it is actually going to happen? We could be facing an absolutely fascinating and very consequential few years under this Trump 2 administration, and I am very delighted that we have you on Team UnHerd to try and make sense of it for everyone. So thank you both.
Thanks, Freddie. I will just tease. I have a good story on that front coming in, hopefully in the next few hours. So everyone should stay subscribed here to Undercurrent, subscribe to the UnHerd channel. We are here every day. UnHerd is here all the time with fascinating videos. So please, please tune in and hit those notifications on your subscription. It helps a lot.
Thanks, everyone. And thanks to our viewers and listeners for watching. We will be back very soon. Thanks and good morning.
Bye. That's a wrap.
Really make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.